All right. Oh, all right. We got pizza. I feel like what we're gonna do is we're going to do some blights while we eat our pizza, and then we're going to tinker with our character a bit in some maps. I think that's what our goal is going to be today. I think we have blights killing. Not 16s, but fine. Go, Edge. You'll never know. You know, I'm surprised I saw it. You know what I find weird, Edge? Take a look at this. So, this is my multi-chat thing, right? So, this is your first message. And then this is your second message, right? And then on my other screen where I actually monitor thing on my laptop, I only see your second message. So I don't know why the first message didn't come through. But that's weird, right? Oh, so two things, Edge. I got my Defiance of Destiny while I was off stream, finally. And I got my Death's Oath up to like 74, 75. But bro, I need to fix his survivability so bad. I'm just running blights on him. That's all I've done. I literally got him through campaign and just I pushed him through a couple blight 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s. I'm up to like 9s right now. I'm just leveling him up, putting points in. I'm currently at a point where I have gem slots that I need to buy gems for. I need to put in some clusters, like shit like that. Someone else said hi? Wait, what? This is all I see. Literally. Like, this is my account that I monitor it with. Like, this is me. So, I always send one message at the very beginning. And this came through. And then your message didn't come through. This one did, this one did, this one did, and this one did. It's just this one didn't come through. So, I don't know. Internet is poo. It's all good, man. But yeah, I need to figure out how to make the character better. I think that's what I was gonna try and do today. I think I was gonna like AFK and blights best I can on this character, while tinkering with my with my with my Death Oath. Because I was gonna, I know you're like on your phone, you can't really see a whole lot, but you can at least listen. As long as your internet's not too terrible. But my I guess it's coming along. That temporary staff I have, I kind of want to try to make work, but I think my best bet is to honestly just go sword and wand and shield and work my way towards the Savalans. But maybe I just go yellow instead of Savalans, honestly. But my Death's Aura, I don't think POB calculates it properly because I don't think it registers less duration. Oh, it does. Okay, so less duration is. So the other day I was trying to calculate adding less duration to the chest piece, and it wasn't saying it was giving it any damage. Same thing with Conk Effect. Conk Effect said it wasn't giving it any damage, but it's working now. I might switch this to increased area of effect. About otters, bro. I want to get your shit up and running. It's gonna be hilarious. But it's doing roughly 114k with very minimal like stuff. Like I have generic ass shit, right? Like I gotta drop this wheel here. I gotta like I gotta drop this and then move it over here to save some points, and then I gotta put in my cluster, and then I gotta get like a thread of hope so I can drop all of these nodes just to pick up spiritual aid, and it wants me to pick up spiritual aid here and the block nodes here, and then it wants me to pick up the HP thing and stuff here with the circle, but I'm not using all these points for that stuff. So I need to do that, and then I need to use all those points for a cluster here, and then I need to come down, and they want me to take these block nodes here and here, but that's if I go wand and shield. But if I can make this, does this staff work? Because there's staff block nodes, like, so there's this one here that they want me to pick up for the sword for the wand and shield, but it also says staff or shield. So I could rock this still. Then there's the staff node up here. Yeah, there's staff node up here, but also power charge on block, which is kind of nice. I get area effect per power charge. So if I'm blocking spells, this is pretty useful. And if I actually start generating power charge, I can also take this for damage per power charge. So this could be useful for us. It would be power charge stacking. But then we have like this is out of the way, and like this isn't okay too. It's more spell and attack block and power charge when I block. So I basically would guarantee have power charges, which would be sick. And I'd get a bunch of block nodes over here. So there's a bunch of block nodes right here I could pick up to help with my block. So I'm wondering if I could go staff and get enough block. Like, I know 50-50 block isn't really good, but I wonder if I could get a decent amount of block to be survivability with the sword and shield, or with the staff. If not, like I said, I'll have to switch to a yellow shield, get increased block with spell block, run Tempest shield, get to 75-75 block, and do that method. And that would be the only way to survive. Because right now, I have 8k survivability. I get hit, I die. Like, no matter what. I have very little armor. I have my resists aren't even capped quite, so I need to get like an auto flask to fix my reses for now or something, because my gear is relatively bad. Like my helmet is a double res or triple res life roll, and then my boots, same thing. I bought like generic like 20 to 40C like starter items. So life, triple res with life. And I got my presents. I'm still rocking the little hoops because they do give all res, but they're kind of like low all res. But I do need to replace these. And then my belt is just like a double triple res kind of life belt as well. And that's it, right? So one thing that's going to help is large cluster of 12 with 35% effect that has +4 to all res per node. So that's going to give me roughly, I want to say 6 res per point. And if I have 12 points, I think that gives me like 60 something res. That's huge, right? That helps me with my all res a lot, so I don't have to worry about so much like triple res gear. I can get like more suffixes and prefixes for damage, and get my chaos res through that. So there's a lot we could fix when we get a cluster. Yeah. So there's mana as well. Like we could stack some mana. Like I'm reserving a lot of mana, but I could get like more mana here, mana reservation and stuff that would help. But there's another thing in here that gives damage per Yeah, spell damage per 100 mana. So the problem is it says spell damage technically gives me damage, but it doesn't. So like spell damage doesn't really work for us. Unless we get the Sunderer's Will. So Sunderer's increases and reductions to chaos damage also apply to the effect of auras. This right here is probably the only way that we could probably, I don't think spell damage would fix it, but raw chaos damage. And my curious question is, this raw chaos damage, does it double dip? Right? If I get raw chaos damage should increase Death's Oath on its own. But it says it also applies to the effect of auras. So 10% increased chaos damage would give me 10% increased damage plus like another 15% for aura effectiveness. So it would give me another, I don't know, 1.5% damage increase towards that portion. Like, is that what we're looking at here for this? Because this is what we want to switch to, but we can't switch to this until we get a cluster or two. Once we have a cluster or two, supposedly this actually becomes viable. But this gives us max chaos, it gives us attributes, it gives us chaos res, it gives us area of effective auras, reduced reservation efficiency, which kind of cucks us a little bit, but we'd have to get a really good one on that. And then the all the chaos damage we do get, so our clusters that are all chaos damage with 35% effect, all those percentages of damages get converted or get added to on top of the chaos damage to aura effect, which gives us even more damage. So this is going to be nuts. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This is going to be nuts. Now the guy did say if you rocked 2 of these, this could be really strong, but it also replaces one of your yellow rings. But here's what I'm thinking is, what if we did the same thing we do with the RF? We take the Mage Blood, then we get the extra, instead of rocking double curse, right? With Hex Bloom or whatever, with Hex Touch or Hexproof. What if we did the triple ring, right? Where we can't use our flask, but the Mage Blood keeps it on, but we rock the triple ring, and we get 2 Sunderers and a big dick yellow ring to give us huge like suffixes and prefixes and stuff, right? That's what I'm thinking. All right, sounds good, Ed. When you get back Monday, we'll get your otters up and running, and maybe you can help me tinker with this a little bit. What up, Z? But yeah, I don't want to mess with you too much. I do want to eat my pizza and whatnot. I just want to chat with you about that. But yeah, I need to fix my survivability, and that's the problem I'm struggling with. But I appreciate you for being here, man. Have a good time. Stay safe. I'll talk to you later. Always Mage Blood. Always Mage Blood. Big thick or big dick? Big dick. Big dick. It's always big dick. Never big thick. It's always big dick. All right. Why don't I have a skip button? It's interesting. Huh. It's interesting. All right. So this is actually usually a really good map. So I just wish I had 2 things right here. I have one here, so I could slow and stun, but this stun's too far away. Act not, let's go, Z. Yeah, so did the changes I helped you with last night help a lot? I saw a bunch of them. I don't know. I tend to not pay too much attention to my Discord when I'm working, because I'm either in and out of consciousness or um kind of like mentally not really there. Right, watching anime, TV, stuff like that. You didn't understand them enough? What do you mean them enough? Sorry. Elaborate a little bit. I got small brain syndrome right now. Because I tried not to explain a whole lot. I just try to give you the cliff notes portion of like, hey, just grab these for now, and we'll talk about it later. Like I was trying to just make it super generic and simple, so I didn't overload your brain. That was kind of the goal. Like I know I'm gonna overload your brain, but it's much easier to do that, like to help you and get it up like understandable when I'm streaming. So I tried to just make it simple. Okay. Okay, yeah. So you went up. Mm-hmm. Grab the fire. All right. So I'm going to explain some stuff once we get this sorted. I don't want to lose. We don't really have good towers. This is actually okay. So we got one good one here, but it's too close to the pump. So what we're gonna do is I think we're going to put done slow this. I think we'll put in a here 4 slow. Actually, I think we'll do. There's gonna be a stun immune here. Alright, I think we'll put a paralysis here. And then we'll put a cage here. Give me just a second. I'll pull it up, Z, and I'll give you some information. So one thing that really started helping me when I started playing Righteous Fire is once I actually understood the mechanics behind how RF works. Not RF specifically, but like just the information, right? Like why certain methods are used over other methods, why this works over that working, you know, those types of things. Once I got the grasp of that, RF became much easier to understand and know where I was struggling, when I was struggling, and how to fix it. Because like there was times I would get in, I'm like, bro, this doesn't work. I'm dying all the time. I don't understand like why I'm so squishy or why I'm doing no damage. Blah 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 blah. Right. So once I kind of grasped the finer details of the way it scaled, worked, you know, blah blah blah, it started really helping. I'm not gonna go too deep for you because I know it'll probably go over your head. But I'll give you the simple reasoning of like information, right? So this is what you sent me, right? So remember when I sent you one, I told you to pick up these nodes right here, these ones, and then I said to pick up, where'd it go? These ones, and this one down here. So come down, and this one. Yes, the circled ones. And then I told you to come pick up these ones, right? Technically, I said right side, not left side, but doesn't matter. Yeah. So what I was trying to say is, don't, because I was on my other character. I took a screenshot. I said, ignore everything except for the ones that I circled. Right? Because there was so much on my screen that I had picked out because of my other character. It's like, what am I looking at? So I just circled the ones that I wanted you to get. Because I didn't want to swap characters. I was in the middle of a blight map and I was just chilling. Alright, let me finish this up. Open up the thing and I'll tell you why I told you to pick those ones up. Because understanding why I was telling you to pick those ones up helps a lot, right? Because there's nothing wrong with picking up the fire one, right? The fire one's a good note. It 100% is. And you do want the fire note, right? Not that you don't want the fire note. You're not the only ones. Like I said, I could have been more clear, right? You know, between you being tired and me working and being tired, like I was doing my damnedest, but it's like a lot of stuff is lost via text, right? Sending things via text, you know, sometimes data gets lost, right? In transition. All right, let me grab this stuff, and like I said, I'll pull up my passive tree on this character. Like I said, I do mine slightly different than Pox, right? Pox's build is great. Follow it pretty much to the letter and you'll be fine. The one thing I do find to be hard for me to follow a Pox build is I like more survivability than him. Because he's a little bit better of a player than me. He doesn't need as much survivability. I tend to pick up a little extra defensive layers, aka more survivability, which is why I had you pick up that regen node on the left the other day to help you with your survivability so you'd stop popping, because you were making a comment that you were seeming a little bit more squishy now that you were entering like Act 6 or whatever. So I was like, you know what? And I'll explain why you were squishy as well if you want. It's like a weird... It's a weird wonkiness with RF that this is why I was saying, like, understanding how it works and why it works is where this information comes from. Is like why I was like, oh yeah, well you just need to do this, and why I was asking you like what your reses were and what your total HP was and stuff, because that really correlates into if you're gonna get smacked or not, right? Early game. All right, so that's looking good. All right, so let's talk about this. So, so my tree is a little bit different because I already revamped mine for my build, versus the Pox build that you're watching. So take it with a grain of salt a little bit. So instead of coming down and around, you went this way, right? So I still come through because I still need to drop this at some point. I haven't done it yet because I don't really, until I get, let's just say I'm a little behind in my levels and my currency. Once I start getting more currency, I'm gonna revamp my tree a little bit more. But anyway, so when you're leveling as RF, specifically leveling as RF, if you're leveling with another skill, this doesn't hold true, right? But if you're leveling as RF, yes, RF scales with damage. Okay, I'll wait. I'm eating pizza anyway, so. gonna have to price check things today. Bro, it's so expensive. But it's so sad when you take a bite of a pizza and the cheese just all comes off. It's so sad. Because who wants to take a bite of pizza with no cheese or toppings? Makes you so sad. You're running on a 4-link, right? You have a 4-link RF already? Oh, you have the tabula. Okay. That's one reason why you're dying. Oh. Oh shit. You have the cloak. Oh hell yeah. Okay. You're gonna save area? Okay. Sweet. So how did you get this stuff? I mean, I know I gave you an immortal flesh, but this is a way better immortal flesh than the one I gave you. Mine was like a 250 or something. It's a really good scepter. The X did? Interesting. Ad's gonna start in 20 seconds. When the ad is over, we will chat. Oh, you're still good friends? Okay, that's good. No, it's fine. I'm just waiting on the ad so you don't miss out. So I haven't started yet. Interesting. It's about 45 seconds in. Either you'll get it late or you won't get it at all. Just let me know if it does hit you. Yeah, well, it's funny. It's like they play every 36 minutes, so people don't always get one. Yeah, no, most people do let me know when they're in an ad, especially if they're in the middle of conversation. Kind of helpful. But I try to not have a conversation during ads because if somebody else is in an ad that's not telling me they're in an ad and they want to hear it, they can't hear it. Oh, yeah. My cheese came off again. Yeah, what up, Tover? And my other piece of pizza. I'm so sad. Worked late. Were you cleaning the fryers or something? Also, Z, if you're ever in an area where you're worried about dying and you have to like take a minute, you know you can pause the game by just opening up escape, right? You can either go to escape, you can go to your passive tree. I think you can even come into the market and pause the game. As long as you're not in an area with another player, you can pause the game. Yep. I pause the game except for like Uber fights. Like if you're in like a Maven fight or an Eater or a Syrian Exert or something like that, it doesn't pause it in like the big fights like that. But normal zones like maps, campaign areas, things like that, not hideouts, it'll pause the game. But it only pauses the game if everybody that's in the instance is also in one of the menus. Right? So what you can do is if you get into a sketchy area and you're scared or you have to like pause for a second, you know, you have to step away. Just do this, hit escape. It'll pause your game, give you a minute to like catch your thoughts, and do what you gotta do. So I use this during maps when I'm checking towers, right? I won't show you right now because it'll cut into the time I have to help you with your build, but just know when you're doing like eater towers and stuff like that and you're trying to read something, walking next to it, like a little bit to the right or the left, and then hitting this menu, you can still see the writing and you can read whatever you're trying to read without having to worry about mobs hitting you. It's kind of nice. Yeah. All right. My food has been eaten. Let's talk. Me too, Z. Me too. All right. So, first things first. I don't know what to go over, so I kind of want to go over a little bit of all of it. When it comes to this, here ascendancies, we always go right side first because this allows us while leveling to just pick up fire res. So you get like a fire res ring like this, and then you roll fire res on it. So I'll show you one of the rings that I got while leveling. I picked up one of these. I saw it had life on it, and then instead of the end, I just recrafted the end. I force crafted fire on it. So it had like 50 something fire on this ring with life, right? And basically you get two of these, and then you force craft like life on like all your gear, right? Either it has fire on it or you force craft fire on it while you're leveling. So you basically just throw in a bunch of fire res gear and you're res capped, right? Um, that maxes out your fire res, which maxes out your cold and your lightning, and then with this gives you a bunch of regen, right? That's why we go right side first, and then going to the top is worth it as your secondary because then having max fire res from this, and this, right? From those three nodes alone, that gives you what 3, 6, 7. That puts you to 82 max fire res. That being shared to your cold and lightning kind of really helps survivability through campaigns and even early mapping. I mean, it translates far into the game, basically, right? Anyway, that's why we go that way. And then your third one, in my personal opinion, should be pops, which is this one, because the pops are the most important thing about the build, right? It gives all the clear, it gives all the single target. It's just hands down the best node on the entire tree. And then for your fourth one, then you pick up this for overall just simplicity. Because the other options are just kind of meh until you're like really invested into them. So this is the best fourth option. So that's like this, right? And with this, you don't run flammability, right? You run punishment. So your curse ends up changing if you even run a curse at all. So the reason I was telling you, so you went this way, you picked this up, you backtracked, you picked up this, and you grabbed this, and you were like kind of, and then you started going up and following the Pox build to grab this stuff, right? That's perfectly fine. The reason I told you to go this way is because this node here, the 15% life regeneration rate is one of the most overpowered stats for a regen build. Because let's say you have 10% life regen, like just use the bottom stats to regenerate 1.8% of life per second, and then you get the 0.6 and 0.6, so that's like 3% life. If you have up to like 10%, for example, to make the math easy, that increases that 10% by 15%. So that's another 1.5 life regen from just picking up this node. And then this also increases flat life regen. So this 50 regen here gets increased by 15%. The regen from this also gets increased by 15%, and so on, right? So all of that is massive. So you get 15% from this, and then when you get better gear and you get life regen on like gloves and boots and stuff like that, you start seeing big numbers in regen, right? My regen's okay. It's 2,100. But I don't have Conk Effect yet, which gives me another 5% regen. Like life regen. Not regen rate, but regen. Anyway, so that's why I wanted you to pick this up. This is a great early wheel. You can refund it later once your regen is like sorted, but early, this is really, really strong. It helps keep you alive because that flat regen plus the 3% regen and then the 15 rate is like really, really strong. And then that like kind of solves your survivability problem early on. And I had you drop this because yes, it's an HP wheel and it's really good, but the efficiency cost isn't necessary. This is something you pick up later, but there's another reason why I had you drop the life wheel. So RF scales damage with max life, right? So between your ES and your life, it scales your damage more and more with more HP you have. But the way RF, if you read it, the way it does damage is it's 70% of your 90% of your maximum life per second is fire, which that 90% gets reduced by your max fire res. So the more HP you have, percentagely, the more HP you have, the more damage you take, right? So the less damage you, or the less HP you have, the less damage you take. So this is why early game flat life regen from this 50% life regen and this mastery, having like 300 fire res, giving you 300 flat life regen is very strong with low life. So if you keep your life roughly, I would say max 150 HP per act. I would shoot more for 100 HP per act. If you can keep yourself about 100 HP per act with the flat regen being pretty heavily dependable and roughly around like 85 max fire res, you're pretty much unkillable. Except for standing in big mechanical hits that you're not supposed to, you pretty much won't die. Because you're going to have so much regen to your degen. You'll be degenning like 150 to 200 damage, and you'll be regenning like over 1,000. So you get hit, and within a second, you full healed, right? So it's not about losing much life, Z. It's more about your degen and your regen being kind of comparable, right? So let's say at 2,600 life, you're probably taking 700 to 800, probably like 500 to 700 life degen. And if you only have 900 regen, you're only regenning like 1 to 200 HP per second. So when you get hit for 2 or 3 or 400 and you get hit by multiple mobs, you lose a lot of HP in a short period of time and you don't regen very fast. You see my point? So your regen, your net regen is what you're paying attention to. And I'll show you in POB, right? So if we look down here, you see my total degen is 639, right? On my character right now with 5400 HP and 87% fire res, I have 639 total degen, right? And then if you look, my total net recovery, my net life recovery is 1500. So I have 2100 regen, but it's only 1500 regen being worth it, right? Now, if we were to lower this a little bit because you have half as much HP as me, you have about, let's say you have 300 total degen. I mean, I don't think your fire res is as high as mine, it's probably close. But let's say you have roughly the same amount. You'd be sitting around 300 degen with 900 life regen. So that leaves you with only 600 recovery. So that still takes you like what? 600, that's like over 4 seconds to full heal. Now, I take about 3 seconds to full heal. So mine's kind of not as bad, but it's still not great, right? But mine's different because I'm rocking a bunch of other sources of regenerating HP that you don't have. So this is why I say you will die with this setup, because focusing on total HP is bad until you get more percentage. So this is, once again, this is why I was saying early in your leveling process, you skip all of the HP nodes. You skip this HP node, so you come down, you wrap around, you grab this, you grab this, you grab this. You avoid and you grab this because of the fire res, but you avoid all other forms of HP, right? You don't pick up this. You don't pick up this. You don't pick up this, right? You don't pick up any of the HP wheels because yes, they give you more HP, which gives you more HP regen when you have percentage increases, but you don't have many percentage increases early on, right? So you pick up all the damage nodes. You pick up this node, 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 and that gives you a ton of damage without having to get HP, so you're not increasing your degen, but you're increasing your damage, right? Now, once you have all of that, then you backtrack for all the HP nodes, right? I suggest going for HP nodes that give you regen, right? So obviously having this node, right? But then taking effect of, I would say your next best bet would be this one because it gives regen plus this. So the goal at this point is now that you have, you're probably in like Act 8, Act 9, once you have all these points, now you're backtracking for HP. Your HP is going to start skyrocketing, which means your degen is going to start catching up to your regen. And the reason for that is because you need more percentage regen at this point. But the reason you also wait is because now your Purity of Fire started leveling, your max fire res has started going up, you're closer to like 85%, right? And you're getting closer to Rise of the Phoenix, which gives you another 5%, which pushes you close to like 87 to 90% fire res, which means you need less regen, like total regen, to actually sustain RF, right? So this is why I have that mentality of leveling my RF. Yeah. So is that 82 with the Rise of the Phoenix? Because you should have a Rise of the Phoenix at level 65. And you should put it on right away. Once you have that, things become much easier. Yeah, you're 65. You should be putting that. Put it on. Do you want me to buy you one? I'll buy you one. They're very cheap. I don't have one, but they're very cheap. Yeah, one save. Like, and the only thing you're paying attention to this is flat regen. Yo, what up, mate? Paying attention to flat regen here. Everything else doesn't really matter. But let's just go trade, max, 1C, and then sort by regen. Yeah, 170 regen for 1C. Like, that's great. Here, I'll buy you this. Come to my hideout. This is gonna make a big difference because are you still rocking the spring leaf? Right? You're still rocking the spring leaf, correct? This right here. Because let me tell you, the upgrade from this to the Rise is massive. So this, the best you're going to get on this is 50 flat regen. And that's it, right? It's very bad. I mean, you get 100 when you get on low life, because it really helps. The 50 flat regen versus 170 to 200 flat regen plus 5 max resist is huge. Plus, it gives you fire res. So this fire res combos with your mastery, plus gives you flat regen, plus gives you all res, plus gives you max fire res, which is max cold and lightning. This is the best upgrade you're going to get for now. I'm doing pretty good, mate. You know, ran some errands, went around to a bunch of targets because they're having clearance. FYI, if you guys haven't, might have missed out on it already because it was today, I think, was the last day. Supposedly Target's salvaging all their clearance toys and getting rid of them all. So today was like their last day of having them on the shelves. But you could probably check them tomorrow if you're interested in running around to a bunch of Targets and seeing if they still have any clearance toys for 70% off. You can try and check that out. Yeah. So come get this item from me, Z. This is a massive upgrade for you. Absolutely huge for you. You're gonna see a massive difference in your survivability. So your degen is gonna go down because of the max fire res. So you're gonna go to 87 max fire res. So this is gonna make you 5% less degen basically. And it's also going to give you over 200 flat regen. So you're gonna go from 900 and something. We'll just say flat 900 to probably over 1100. So you're gonna lose 5% more degen and you're gonna gain 200 more regen. So your net regen is going to balloon from 700 to probably 800, and you're gonna feel much better. This is gonna make you feel much better. All right. So that covers why I was explaining to you, like, why we don't take the life nodes, why we take the damage nodes, and how it works. Like, that's the basics, right? So also with the way the tree pathing works, you're able to pick up dex nodes that you're going to need for leveling gyms and stuff, but that's a different story. So another thing I wanted to talk about is you rushed up here and you picked up the fire nodes. Now, I don't have a problem with you picking up the fire nodes. What I have a problem with is you skipped multi-nodes. Okay, so when it comes to the damage of RF, the most potent stat is multi. So you see how this is 12% fire damage over time at multiplier. You're looking for that multiplier word. It's much stronger than anything else that you're going to get. So the way I look at it, from at least the math I did a long time ago on another character, every character is slightly different, but it's roughly 3 flat elemental / fire damage per multi. So if you calculate that in, this 12 fire multi here is roughly 36 flat fire, right? So to counter that, like, this is a great node, right? But this one over here, right? You would have to pick up these two right here are less damage than this one node, right? Granted, you have to come through here to get it, so 2 nodes. This is still a net positive. The third node, right, being here, this is roughly, so you basically, these 3 nodes are a net neutral, and then you end up with a third node, which is 30. So it's not that it's bad, but this is like early to pick up. Same thing with this one. Multi, right? This wheel here is huge, because that is 12 plus 15. That's 27 multi, times that by 3. That's like over 70 fire res. This wheel here, even being 5 points, because you have to come down and come over, even 5 points, like 1, 2, 3, 4, these here aren't even as strong as these. Even calculating in this one node here, this 5 points are better spent here for a net positive increase before coming up here. Now this is good, you need this. Because this is multi, and this is multi, and flat fire. This is probably one of the strongest that you'll pick up because it's multi plus fire. So this is roughly 60% damage increase, this node here. But I also saw you went left side. Now, left side's not bad. I have nothing wrong with the left side. Now, I would agree, early game, left side and top side is better than the bottom side or the right side. And the reason for this, and I wanted to explain this to you, and this is why I was like talking to you, is you need to eventually, once you start cruising in maps and stuff and you're starting to like progress your character, you need to reach 100% chance to ignite. And the easiest way to do that is to pick up this node and these two nodes. That gives you 50% ignite chance right there with those three nodes. And this is another node I recommend because it's 10% damage, 12% damage, 50% damage. This is a very easy 4-point damage node. And then the bottom side gives you another 15%. So you're at 65% chance to ignite. You need to come up with 35% more. Now, in most situations, on scepters, you can get chance to ignite. Very easy. You can get up to like 30%. If you don't get ignite chance on a scepter, you have other options. You could take a couple extra points and come over here. Like you already went over here, but you come over here, you get 10% more. At 75, you need 25% more. Now, in theory, it's not really the best option. You can run flammability. I don't recommend it because you can't take effect of half of the flammability, but flammability has a built-in 25% chance to ignite. So this puts you to 100% chance to ignite on any mob that has flammability on them. Now this only really helps you for bosses, not really mapping because you're not going to be constantly flammability everything. But the goal here is the reason you want 100% chance to ignite is because your ops from your ascendancy can ignite. If you have 100% generic chance to ignite on your character, every time you have an explosion pop, they will ignite any mob near them that the explosion hits. It will pop, it will explode, dealing damage to things, and then that explosion will apply an ignite to anything that doesn't die from the explosion, and then the ignite will 100% kill anything. You will walk into a boss room, Z, you will get one pop, and the boss will delete. Every time. So any boss that has ads, if you walk up to the boss, you kill the ads on the boss, if one of the ads dies, the boss will guarantee die. But you have to have a 100% chance to ignite because if you get a pop and it doesn't ignite, the boss doesn't die. The reason for this is the ignite is scaled off of the damage and then multiplied by your fire damage over time. Your ignite is scaled by your fire damage, your LE damage, your burn damage, your damage over time multiplier, your fire damage over time multiplier, and all of those things combined, top of the base ignite being based off of your fire damage as well. It's double dipping, right? So let's say you have 1,000% chance or 1,000% damage, right? So that explosion pops, and it's like, okay, the base damage is based off of 10,000 HP. And then it's multiplied by 1,000% damage increase, gives you this big number, and it's like, okay, that explosion is going to hit this hard, and it's like, okay, that explosion hits this hard, and it's going to ignite. So that ignite is based off of that big damage number that just hit me, and then it's being scaled by that 1,000% again. So this is why the ignite is so important. So no matter what boss you're fighting, if you have 100% chance to ignite and a lot of fire damage multi and a lot of damage over time multi and a lot of fire damage and ally damage and stuff like that, you have a lot of these damage multipliers that also scale with your ignite, you will kill any boss you get an explosion on, right? And this is why when you get to really in game, if you're fighting like uber bosses that don't have ads and stuff, you will eventually need to get the Hateful Accuser rank. Takes up a ring slot, kind of sucks, but this allows you to apply what's called a penance mark, which force spawns ads, and when you kill the ad explodes, And then when the ad explodes, the boss dies. And like this is your single target solution on a boss that doesn't have ads. So that's more advanced and stuff like that. We can talk about that another day. But the gist of what I was explaining is the reason why when I was telling you go up and around was because I wanted you to pick up this node here for 62% damage increase. And if you pick the bottom side, 50%, ignite chance. And then you come up here, you come up this way, you get 20% ignite chance plus the holy fire. And then you come up this way, you pick up the damage multi, and then you come up this way and you pick up this damage multi plus the ignite chance. And then at this point you pick up the extra fire and you start backtracking for damage. And then for HP. And then this HP acts as survivability, damage increasements, and bigger HP pools, and you start getting big. Start getting really, really big. And at this point, like I said, 65% chance to ignite. So it's pretty solid while you're mapping or early mapping and like finishing campaign where when you get a pop, lots of things die, bosses die, it simplifies your clear and everything. And then you start growing from there. I mean, I can send you a different one, but his is fine. Like the one I sent you is fine. I'm just saying this is what I've learned over the years of the way I like to play mine. And this is just the information I'm giving you to help you a little bit. I was trying to find the one I sent you. Hold on. Because you shouldn't have to redo much of if anything. Like in generically speaking, right? So I'm pretty sure I sent you this one. Yeah. So like the way this one works, right, is you get can't be stunned, so you don't have any stun problems. It's really helpful. That's like more of like a mapping thing, right? But you obviously you get this. I don't like coming the back way. I like coming from this side, which is why I come through the backside. So I come up this way, right? And I come through the back, usually on mine, because I want this side, not this side, because this 2.2% is really nice. But that's like a later thing. Ignore that. Anyway. So this is all great. Like I said, my addition to this is I pick up this because this is very strong. You can, like I said, eventually drop this when you get really geared, but they rock block on this build. So you get max 75 block, which is a massive survivability increase. Actually, huge survivability increase for mapping higher tiers. Once you get past yellows, this is absolutely huge. And you basically hit block cap from just putting 4 points into this and grabbing glancing blows. The only thing that you need to add to get to max block cap is Tempest Shield. And then once Tempest Shield is max level, you will have 75 block and your survivability goes through the roof. Me personally, I don't like these nodes. This is the personal thing. They're good nodes, but I just don't like them. Like the all res, the elemental damage, the ignite chance, nice. This is flat, just damage increase, life percent. Like they're not bad wheels. I just don't like them. This is why Pox doesn't really run these very much anymore. They're just kind of meh. So this is why like this isn't bad. This isn't bad. This is good. This is good. This is useful. You need this. 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 And then eventually you get to the cluster and you need that as well. All of this is good. This is not a problem. You still have points to spend. And then this is like starter trade. This is like, I don't have money starter trade. Once you have more money, once you start farming currency, you start refunding things and reprioritizing your tree for cluster jewels. And you start refunding like fire wheels like this. You start refunding, like things over here. Start refunding things over here. You start repathing along the outside instead of through the inside. You eventually drop glancing blows and all of this. You eventually drop this. You probably eventually drop this whole right side. and things like that. You start dropping things to start picking up clusters. And that's a completely different tree. But this right here is red tier. Like this is T16 farmable. This build right here, we can farm T16. You will have zero problems farming T16s on this build. The only thing I could say that is going to be kind of a detriment to this build is it has high damage and low regen. So you're going to be speed running through maps at Mach 7,000 speed, killing things pretty easily, but your net regen is only 600. So it's a little low, right? That's the downside. Because the boots add more degen to your already degen, right? And then since he doesn't focus on more regen nodes like I do, his net regen is relatively low, but he's not surviving off of his just regen. He's just killing things and avoiding taking damage, basically. Like I said, it's a different style of survivability, but it's fine. You won't have to do refunds. Like I said, you can play through the entire league with this build and just get used to playing the game rather than trying to take it sweaty and learn more intricate things, right? Don't follow my character. The reason I say don't follow my character is because my character is set up for stuns. I'm intentionally being stunned to live and do damage. My build is completely different. It is an RF build, but it's a cast on stun, and all of my damage comes from being stunned. All my survivability comes from being stunned. To explain, I have this anointed. Every time I take a stun, I heal for 5% of my life over 1 second. Okay, that's one thing. Secondly, I have this. Whenever I take a stun, I recover 10% of the damage over 4 seconds. On top of this, I can't be crit. So I'm crit immune as well. On top of that, I have this wheel up here is 30% damage I take is recouped to me over 4 seconds. On top of that, I have a blood notch that every time I take a stunning hit, I regenerate 25% of that damage over 4 seconds. So between all of that, I have 30, 25, so that's 55, and then 65% of all damage I take from stuns is healed to me over 4 seconds, and then I get a flat 5% over 1 second. It's ridiculous. And then on top of all of that, I have Petrified Blood, which prevents like 80% of the damage that is going to be done to me. It's dealt to me over 4 seconds instead, which then gets countered by all the regen I have from damage taken. It's just nuts. My survivability is nuts. And then every time I do take a stun, I have cast on stun skills that automatically cast abilities, so I don't cast them. Yep, all good. I'll see you when you get back. All right, we are going to jump into our next blight map. All right, this is our last blight map of the night. And then we're going to get into... I don't know, I kind of want to get into some more... Like, I've already done my map stuff, but I would like to try and get... Like, there's no... I need to get a carry through Maven. And then I need to work towards this one. I just need to kill Elder and Shaper. I've never done it myself. Shaper kind of blows. But now that everyone defines a Destiny, it shouldn't be hard. But I would like to try and farm some currency. Because looking at my character, I need better gloves. I think gloves is going to be our next upgrade. Because the gloves are going to give me Ignite Spread, which is huge for us. I'm worried this isn't a no regen map. Anyway, sorry. So it's gonna give me Ignite's spread. It's gonna give me um I mean, technically I don't need the dex. So we can avoid the dex. So maybe we don't need the dex. But yeah, it'll give me Ignite's spread. I want at least a 1.5 spread. I don't know. I think that's the only thing it's really missing, honestly. I could probably just buy it and do it myself. Okay. Let's hide over here. Okay, let's do this. Alright, so we don't have any immunities in there. But this guy is absolutely killing me. I don't know why. Alright, we're just gonna do this. Because this guy's kicking my actual ass. I need to kill this before I move. Move this way, and then we just do boom, boom, boom. It doesn't look like there's any immunities over here, so we'll be able to just hide behind this wall and let it do its thing. And then this. Get some juice to that. That should be a pretty much GG event. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to put in a damage node here, damage node here. Let these things kill everything. Alright, that should be GG. Alright, welcome back. So what do we need to explain or go over or just babble about, informationally speaking, to try and help you out a little bit more? Did you want me to explain the spell totem thing a little bit to you? Or are you just gonna stick with like fire trap or scorching ray? It's personal preference. Do whatever one you prefer. Like neither one of them are right, neither one of them are wrong. I mean, technically one's right. I guess. One is technically wrong, but like I said, it just depends on what you're shooting for. I wouldn't recommend scorching ray personally. It's just my personal preference. Yeah, so I like Scorching Ray early, but when you pick up this in Ascendancy, Scorching Ray becomes useless. It gives more burn damage. It adds another layer of burn and damage over time, but and it allows you to take effect of infused channeling for more defense. But it's not good because that Ascendancy that I just showed you, it sets any mob's resistance to -20, and it can't be changed higher or lower than 20 when you're stationary. The only time that the resistance can change is if you're moving. Yeah. Hey, said that Scorching Ray will get you through campaigns very easily. Fire Trap just does more damage. The problem with Fire Trap is you have to throw the trap, you have to wait for the trap to arm, you have to wait for the trap to explode, and most mobs can run out of that circle, and then it's not doing any damage, right? Scorching Ray at least applies a debuff directly to what you're pointing at, and that debuff lasts for like 8 seconds. So it's I feel like Scorching Ray is just easier for leveling purposes until you get to like a big boss where you need the extra damage. But the new spell totem kind of is both of those combined. It's the damage you want with the consistency you want. Yeah, like I said, everyone is different. Some people like to have the attack on the left button. Some people like to be able to force move because what ends up happening with the left click attack is you're trying to walk and you're accidentally attacking, and so you, instead of walking, your character stops to attack, and then it gets you killed. Right. So a lot of people like to have the force move, so if they need to move out of something, they can without accidentally clicking on something and killing themselves. So it's kind of a nice little addition to have the force move. And yeah, your build will also change, like you said, depending on what content you want to do. So you want to do specific content, you're gonna be taking effect of like different things, right? I almost died to that, which is kind of crazy. I don't know what is with this map. I don't know what's on this map, but this map is actually fucking me. There's so much. I think it's maybe poison on hit or something. Something is just absolutely dicking me. Whoa, 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 whoa. Let's talk about this. We can be friends. Yeah, so what's going to end up happening is you're going to get through campaign, you're going to get, and then you're going to look for starter gear. You're going to look for yellows to replace like your gold rim. You're going to look for yellows to replace your boots and your gloves. So basically, you're going to look for a yellow helmet, boots, gloves, and I don't remember what rings you have. I don't remember the rings you have. Um, but the Shaper Seed can hold you off for quite a long time. Now, if you want more damage, you can switch out the amulet early. But if you want the regen from the amulet, you can keep it until you get something nice, like a Defiance of Destiny. Um, the scepter will last you for a while. The shield will last you for a long time. The chest and the belt will last you for a long time. So basically, you're looking at this triangle that you'll want to replace. Now, you like I said, you can opt out of not replacing Defiance of Destiny, but you need this triangle. So you're gonna need the 2 rings, the helmet, boots, and gloves, and that's kind of like what you're shooting for. And you're looking for 4 utility flasks that you can auto flask, which is something we can talk about when you get there. This is where all your money's going to go, and I think 50C isn't enough. So start with your helmet, boots, and gloves to get you started. With starter gear to get you into maps pretty confidently, and then once you have the helmet, boots, and gloves, you save up more currency for map farming, and you start getting your auto flasks set up. And then once your auto flasks are set up, you're pretty much smooth sailing going forward from there. Save the rest of the money as you please, and buy bigger upgrades. Like I said, save for Defiance of Destiny, save for Irrational Doctorates. Like these are like big money items like multiple divs. Like the amulet, you're looking at like 10 div. Rational Doctor is like 25 div. You know, if you're gonna upgrade your scepter, you're looking at another big 15, 20, 30 div for that. So you're gonna start spending the divines to start scaling it past that point, but not hard. You're at a point where you're gonna be starting to make like decent money. You're gonna be able to like be doing, you know, pretty consistent map clears and stuff like that. And just you got to figure out what content you want to do, right? Like, are you big boss killing? Are you blighting? Are you delving? Or you know what I mean? Like, are you map blasting? Like, once you figure out what content you want to do, you cater your build to the content you want to do. That's what it boils down to at the end of the day. So you might go more regen, you might go more area of effect, you might go more concentrated damage. You might change your single target damage from fire trap or from scorching ray to something else. You might even segue into a cast on stun variant. You know, you like there's lots of options, to say the least. And this is where like the complexity comes in and things like that. So I mean, lots of conversations, it's lots of knowledge, it's lots of information, just trying to remember and regurgitate and be passed along correctly and to be memorized in some way, shape, or form. That's a really bad, but put it in here anyway. All right, so I oh yeah. So the pink hand is actually Breach from back in the day, revamped. It's actually awesome. So Breach is really good for your build. There's technically multiple breaches. There's 3 different types of breaches that you can run into, and each one of them has their own like style, right? Yeah. So the mist is delirium, which is this. Delirium is huge. Now, my builds, this build specifically is designed to basically AFK and delirium bosses. Right? Your build is more meant to delete delirium once you actually have some decent damage and some decent gear. You can run around and just kill everything, but it's active, right? You have to actually attack, you have to actually move around and stuff like that. Mine, I'm supposed to stand there and just let everything hit me and they all die. More lazy. But anyway, that's how my build goes. Your build's a little different. But the breach is new. Well, it's revamped, right? So now you have unstable breaches, which is basically the little hand that sits there, you touch it, and then this circle expands from it and spawns mobs, and you have to kill a ton of mobs to stabilize that breach. Once the breach is stabilized, they'll stay open, and you have to kill whoever spawns in the middle, whether it's a group of yellows or a boss. And then once you kill it, the breach closes and it drops a bunch of loot. It is really good for your build. It can be very good money as well if you're set up in for it. And then you have hives. Hives are more of like a fortress. So it's got like this spire in the middle of like the breach area. So you go to the middle, you'll see this little spire. You go into that spire and you run to the middle of that. You run around the outside to open up all the chests because there's a bunch of chests that you open and they can drop loot. And then you go to the middle and you touch the hand and then you have to defeat 20 something waves of monsters. Now, your build is not good for that. It's terrible for that because they come from like multiple different directions. They run past you and then you have to defend an NPC and it's hard to defend him because they have a bunch of ranged attacks and if he gets hit too many times, he dies. So this is actually hard for you. The fortresses, the hives, they're actually hard. Same thing with the third form. Now the third form is kind of like the hive, but it's not inside of the hive. It's not inside the fortress, it's outside. And the drops aren't as good. So if you're going to do breach, you want to come over here into breach and you want to take unstable breaches. And what you're looking for from unstable breaches is you're looking for the gifts that drop, right? So you want to take like things like this where you get additional rares when it unstables, right? And then you want to take this additional breaches and stuff like that. So you like there's a method to it. But anyway, breaches are cool. They give good XP and they can drop good stuff. Now, they drop what's called gifts. And there's multiple forms of gifts. There's a new area for breach. You come here, and when you do breaches, you get items to drop. You give them to this guy, and this guy upgrades your tree. You have a tree. A little tree with a tree built into it. So as you level it up, see I have 4 points? Yeah, you're not going to retain any of it. I'm just saying. So when you're running breach, you get the blood to feed the tree. And you also get the items to upgrade the tree. But like I said, there's 4 different things. So one of them drops mysterious packages. It's whatever. This one over here, when you get them, you upgrade this or whatever, it drops pure currency. This can drop divines, it can drop tons of chaos, it can drop exalted orbs, it can drop mirrors and stuff like that. This is pure currency that you can just farm from the gifts. This one up here drops unique items, which can then be the breach form of the unique items, which are super big ticket items. Like, look at this. Look at this item. Wrath Pith. And then we'll go to Mysterious, we'll go to Foulborn, we'll turn yes, and then we will do this. Do 8 that it does this. And then we'll do not for this one, or the other one. And look, 175 divines for this item. If one of these drops, you're Gucci. So as you're spawning those, like you're dropping those gifts in, and they're dropping the unique items, they can drop as a Foulborn version with a Foulborn modifier, and some of them are huge money. Massive money. This is the most expensive one that I can think of, but this thing is what's used for high-end RF builds. So you eventually need one of these if you want to go really big RF. Changes your build completely. This thing's nuts. Anyway. So, anyway, that's how this works. This side over here just spawns yellows and stuff. I'm not really... This side's kind of just dog water. It's whatever. But it's mostly about these two. So this one giving you currency, this one giving you unique items, and then this one being able to spawn you more gifts. So you use one in here to give you new gifts. So it's like the mysterious one gives you gifts that you can then use in these again, right? So it's like a double dip. But you need the blood from doing the breaches to open those seeds, more or less. So breach would be a pretty cool one. I think you'll have a lot of fun with it. Like I said, it's very easy. You literally walk into a hand, mob spawn, you run around, and they just die. That's it. It's very simple. It's very straightforward. There's not a whole lot of worrying about it. You go to an open map, something like, I mean, you don't have to run this map, but this is just the map I like to run. So for example, I like to run City Square personally, right? Because City Square is pretty big and it's just a circle. Well, square technically. Right? And the boss is always in the middle. The boss is always in the center of the map. They literally just run over here. I kill the boss, and then I do the whole map, right? As my build is not designed for this. So my boss potential is really bad. I don't have an active skill on my build. Anyway, so yeah, like I said, I come over here, I kill the boss, and then I wrap the map from here, right? So now, like, all the mobs are on the outside of the map, like on the outside of the square, and you just do a circle. So if you have a breach, you have an open area. I mean, there's a few things that block you, so most people like recommend Dunes or Jungle Valley instead of this map. Jungle Valley has its own pros and cons as well, but Jungle Valley is a good option. Dunes is a great option as well. Just personal preference, whichever one you prefer to do. But with an open map like this, breach becomes easy because you just shield charge around in different directions and so on and so forth, and you just kill everything. Like, there's no trying, you just do. So breach would be I think breach would be a great introduction for you to coming into the game, into the league with that type of build. It would work really well. You don't really, like I said, there's so many small mobs and things that it'd be very easy for you to blow them up and kill them. You definitely, like I said, need to get to 100% ignite chance. Like I said, we can buy you some like tattoos. Like, you farm some money, you get some tattoos. You can get ignite chance on tattoos instead of having to get it on like a scepter or something, or using a curse. But there's a lot of options for you available. Getting that 100% ignite chances would be just massive for you. Then getting a pair of gloves that it spreads your ignites to other mobs, like, that's huge for you. Like, there's a lot of little quality of life items that you need to pick up. I need to pick up as well. But everybody has their own thing. Like I said, with the way my build is set up, I like doing harvest. As you can tell, like, I just stand here and just let everything die around me. They hit me, they kill themselves. I like AFKing Simulacrums. I like AFKing in this. I could technically do Ultimatum, but I'm not a huge Ultimatum fan. I don't really know how to make money off of Ultimatum other than getting catalysts. So I should probably do ultimatums when I see them, now that I have my item. But if you haven't already, Z, I would recommend you go and look at one of Pox's VODs of him playing RF this league, and you'll see where you can get with your build. Right? Because he has segued to that Wrathpith shield I showed you, doing life stacking. And he's doing like over 2 million RF damage right now, and that build can reach 40 million RF damage without having an active skill. It's just crazy. Like how that blue avoided me. They also revamped Abyss this league as well, and Legion. So Legion I wouldn't recommend for your build because, I mean, it can be okay if you have ignites that spread on top of 100% ignite chance. It could be a decent possibility, but I think Abyss is better. But Honestly, what I'm doing right now is probably the best thing. It's just literally alch and go. Zero effort. You just alch and you just go. You don't spend any money. Your investment cost is zero. So everything is profit. And you just spam maps. You're not trying to buy scarabs and investing money into, you know, scarabs to juice your maps. You're not trying to buy maps from other players. That's gonna juice your currency even further or anything. You just self-sustain your own maps. It just blast them as fast as you can. Make your own like small amounts of currency until you get better at the game. But even if like you're better at the game, I still feel like Alch and Go is still one of the most simplest, most viable ways to actually make money in the game. Because the other way is, yeah, you can make massive money, especially if you have a good build and you know, it's set up just right and proper or whatever. Every league's obviously slightly different. But the thing I struggle a lot with the juiced ones is not any like the average is higher. Like the average currency you make, the average profits you make per map is higher than just alching and going. But you do have slumps, right? You'll have times where you don't make a whole lot of money, and then you'll have times where you make a lot of money. So it has slumps and it has peaks, but the average is technically higher. And I don't like investing, you know, 200-300 chaos for 20 maps or more, right? Because you have to buy the maps as well. But it's like, I think what it boiled down to is like, it's like 30 or 40 C per map, and you have to make 30 or 40 C back per map to generate profits, and that just feels bad. In my opinion, that just feels bad. If I have to break even, I have to make 40 C from a map. That just sounds terrible. See, okay, this is what I was saying before. Remember how I made the comment of like your single target's really bad? This is where you need the Hateful Accuser. Because this boss doesn't have ads. So since he doesn't have ads to spawn to get explosions to kill him, I would need a Hateful Accuser to force spawn ads. And then with the force spawned ads, I could get the pops on the ads and then kill him. This is why I was saying Hateful Accuser is a ring swap that you could keep in your inventory and put on as necessary. But you, like you don't need it. Yo, mate, thanks for the hydrate. Let's go right now. Lost my water. Hey, I'm gonna go get some water while we fight this guy. Give me a second. Oh, all right, we're back. We got some water. But yeah, Z, whenever you get to a point where you want to talk, damn it, when you want to talk about something specific, to like learn something new mechanic, and you're ready to sit down and actually digest some information. Like I said, I know I'm just regurgitating stuff. I'm just talking to talk at this point. Just you know, play at your own speed. Do what you want to do. Ask me questions when you need to actually learn something. And take it one piece at a time, because like we've talked about before, PoE is way too complicated. You can't digest everything at one sitting. Like I said, I try to overshare because you don't know what you don't know. But this will at least, you'll be like, oh yeah, he was talking about something about this, and I don't remember exactly what he was saying, but at least you can ask later, right? That's kind of the goal. Whoa, that hurt. So that's kind of like my goal here, right? Give you some information that you can like take and keep with you. But like I said, as you get done with the campaign, as you start to get your levels, as you start to get some more currency and stuff like that, You'll want to learn more about certain aspects, right? How to make money, how to set up your atlas, you know, like different options you have available to you, blah, blah, blah. You're going to want to know these things. And I figured that's when we can sit down and, you know, kind of digest a few things here and there. Because you got to take it one thing at a time. Like, that's what we've talked about hundreds of times. In order to grow in this game, you can't do all of it. You have to take it piece by piece, right? So one league you focus on one aspect, another league you focus on another aspect. Like you have to take it aspect by aspect and learn each aspect in its own by itself to really learn, grow, and understand the game. There's no other way to do it. So, you know, you've already played a couple of times and you kind of got the gist of like the basics of the game. I forgot this is a I forgot this is a poison on hit and I don't have poison immunity. I was like, bro, why do I have so much poison? I was at 65 stacks of poison. Okay. I have an idea. If I die again, I know how to fix this. I need to get poisons can't stack more than 3. That fixes our problem, at least temporarily. See, I don't mind people asking me multiple times because I understand, like, you might be listening, you might be paying attention, but to retain the information long term, most people, 99% of people, even me included, I'll remember we talked about something, but I won't remember the details, right? And that's the key thing, right? Not being able to remember the details matters. But that's why once again, it's not that I'm like expecting you to not remember. I'm expecting you to remember the gist of like, hey, I know we talked something about this. And then now you know it's in your brain, right? It's in your memory of like, oh, now you know to ask the question. You know it exists. You know there is information about X, Y, or Z. Now you know to ask the question. That's really all it is about. It doesn't have to do with you retaining information. It has to do with you knowing the information exists. Yeah, like I said, there are people that are like that. They only want to say it once and never say it again. But they're also very high level players that expect everybody to be as good as them. And that's not realistic. And they also, I take this with a grain of salt, they kind of babied you a little bit. Because I think what happened is they would explain something to you, they didn't want to re explain it, so they just gave you stuff. They didn't want to take the time to teach you, to let you get it yourself, to let you understand how it worked, the process, and so on and so forth, and let you learn that aspect of the game of like trading and searching for things on the trade side or understanding what's good versus what's not good. Because I can't tell you how many times I've bought something that was wrong and I've wasted money. League after league after league, I've done it so many times. And the only way to learn is to mess up. And I feel like they just babied you. They're just like, oh yeah, here's the mage blood. Oh yeah, here's this. Oh, here's that. And like most brand new players aren't gonna be able to farm enough currency to purchase a mage blood, let alone to farm one up themselves. Right? So that's why, like I said, take that with a grain of salt. I'm just saying, I feel like they kind of handed you everything on a silver platter, so you didn't learn as much as you should have learned the first, character or two you played. Like you had so much better gear than I did, and I've been playing the game for almost 10 years. And I know what I'm doing. Granted, I'm lazy. Granted, I don't play the game very hardcore or farm money or, you know, anything like that. Like, I'm pretty lazy about it. I don't actually try to get good gear most of the time because it's just too much effort. But the amount of gear you had on, like, your first character ever playing was wild. Absolutely wild. Very few first time players reach that level. And usually the people that reach those level are like super, super, super like MMORPG kind of ARPG guru kind of people that come from other games that are like god tier at those games. There's an ad. Let me know when you're back from it. And I'm gonna go pee while you guys are doing that. So give me just a minute. Alright, ad is over. I have peed. Topher, yeah, we ate pizza at the start of the stream. Appreciate that. Work sucked. What ended up happening? Was it one of those days, Topher, where it's like it was hot inside the kitchen, but not outside? Bro, you didn't open the door? Bro, that sucks. Why can't you open the door? Is it like a health thing? Where you're not allowed to leave the door open for the kitchen? And cat? Damn, that sucks. Yo, what about... Remember that fan thing we were talking about where it attaches to your belt and it blows air up your shirt? Would that be against regulations? Or would that help at all? Hey Z, this is one of the breaches I was talking about. Stop, cat. So, see all the hands? This is one of the wave-based ones. Right? So, the hive is the same way, but it's inside of the fortress. So basically, you know, you kill a bunch of mobs, you get it prepped, you summon it, the guy spawns. You have to defend this guy for 8 waves, but he has 10 HP. So he gives you abilities. So he has 2 heal abilities, so I can heal him. But you see how like he's already taken a hit. These mobs are just over here pelting him. This is why I say like this build isn't good for it. But you just go back and forth and you just kill all the mobs, and you can use the abilities, right? So when he gets low on HP, you can heal him. Sometimes there's flame ones. Sometimes there's shields like this one. Enhancing flame force spawns mobs, makes things a little harder, but it speeds it up. And then this one is a hindrance, so it can like freeze mobs temporarily. So you spawn a bunch of mobs and then you freeze them, and then once you make it through the 8 waves, it finishes and it drops you gifts. The wave ones suck for our build. We see the explosion of loot's kind of nice, right? So all the mobs you kill during the waves drop their loot at the end. So this is like one of the seeds I was talking about, the womb gifts or womb gifts. So they got provisionals, they have a whole bunch of other ones, but this is one of those items I was talking about. You bring this to, see that's a green name. You take the green named items to the tree, and it levels your tree up, right? But it drops, you know, uniques, drops a bunch of currencies, drops items, but it doesn't drop Foulborn items, which is why you want to farm Breach. And this is why I say if you want to farm Foulborn items, you either A, you spawn them via the gifts that drop and the blood you get from completing those, or you farm the hives, because the hives have chests that can drop them, and it also has when you complete them, I think it can drop Foulborns as well. Not 100% on that one, but the hives are a little harder. They're basically what I just did, but inside of a fortress, and then you have to finish that, and then you have to find your way out without dying. So the hive is like a honeycomb, so it's got a circle, and then a middle circle, and then an even smaller circle. Oh, there's even more poison. So it's like there's 3 layers of circles with interconnecting like routes, and then it blocks all pathways except for one like zigzaggy path through it to get to the door. You have to find your way to the door and get out without dying to be able to get your loot. So that's what I said. The fortresses, like I said, are not our best friend with this build. Like getting out's not the problem. It's finishing the waves. The waves is a problem because they come from so many different directions with ranged attacks. It's really hard just to defend the guy. So I wouldn't, if you want to do breach, do the unstable breaches. And I'll show you one of those when one comes across me. Actually, I can force spawn one if you want, and I can show you what it looks like. It's much better for our build. It's much easier. It drops tons of worm gifts and just like loot in general. And it's fine. It's perfectly acceptable. It's the best way to do breaches for our build specifically. So it's what I would recommend. If you want to do breach, it's what I would recommend. What happened? Oh, we got lucky with a pop. Thank God. Oh, was it the fire one? Fire one's hilarious. The fire one's actually hilarious for our build. Sorry, I'm working on my Atlas points right now. I have to clear a couple more Maven fights. I have to actually kill Maven, but I can't kill Maven with this build. I think I could do it if I use Spell Totem. I think I could probably... I might be able to kill Maven with Spell Totem. I can't kill her with Cast on Stun. Not possible. And it's really hard to kill her with self-cast. Like Fire Trap or Scorching Ray. So I think I would have to try the Spell Totem in order to even have a chance to killing her. Because at least the Spell Totems I can cast from range, and then they cast their own ability. And I can spam cast them to apply a bunch of burns. Hopefully be able to actually kill her. Just like without decent single target, I just can't kill her. So I probably will have to wait for FIP to be online to even attempt it. Just in case I need a carry. Oh, yeah, the spinny little trap things. Yeah, those things are also pretty much a joke because you have so much regen. Like you basically can't take damage to them. Yeah, the fire ones and the trap ones are like child's play to the build. It's really easy for the build to handle both of those. Honestly, I would say this build is really good at any one of the trials. I don't think there's a single trial that this build like suffers at. Just because of the organic amount of regen you have on the build, I don't think anything on this in the ascendancies are hard for it. I feel like, I'm trying to think like what would be the best way to be able to kill Maven. Like I could Hateful Accuser and actually single target her down, but I feel like that wouldn't be reliable. Yeah, I'd like to get 100% of all my map points, but some of these fights are just really dog shit. Yeah, because I don't really like doing Mavens. I kind of despise Mavens, honestly. Like, just Maven influence in general, I just hate. Um, Discharge? Interesting. Didn't see? 6. Increased reservation efficiency of skills. Oh. They go negative. I think increase is bad. Wait, is it bad? I can't remember. Yeah. Oh, increase. Oh, increase is good. Wait, is it good? I think it's good. I mean, 10% would be the best. Huh. Oh, it's 5 to 10. I thought it ranged to negative. Okay, so I think it was 10C, right? Let's plop this up there. 10C. I think we're gonna that's Blight. Oh, I sold my immolation. Never mind. Okay, so let's move this to 150. Move this to 65. This to 80. Go level up the tree.
The dreamer welcome. A healthy, be at peace.
All right. So I think we need to head to here. 1000% chance for shields. And then I want weapons. 10% chance for them to additional item. Oh, and then we can do like more chance for what's the shield have? It's int. Chance for rebirth to have 300% more chance for rebirth. Unique items to have int. So I feel like yeah, having more chance for int is good. And then this is yeah, so we need this 30% chance to be Foulborn. Weapons and armors reroll. The Link's not really worried about this. That's something we can grab last. Random amount of quality. It's once again 50% chance to be breach specific. Chance to be Foulborn, so we need this. We need both of those. Multiple forms of modifiers. Sure. Reduce chance for Foulborn. A reroll additional time to keep the rarest outcome. I think we just want this and like some of these. Kind of go. I don't really give a shit about this one. And this one is Mysterious Gifts. Yeah, so we want this one, and then we want chance for Ancients. I think it's Ancients. Yeah, we want Ancients. Wait, what? All right. So we're gonna hold off on using these until we level this up a bit more. I know some of the levels can't happen until we actually use a handful of them. Fine. Alright, let's get another map. Honestly, I don't know which maps I like, which ones I don't. I'm just kind of just doing any of them in this area. You to die. Yeah, I need more damage. My RF damage is really low right now. Because the way this build works is RF doesn't do a ton of damage. Kind of like a starter. It's all about the cast on stun. About the unearth, detonate dead, doing all its damage.
I'm extra. The minute clock's ticking. One shot. That's all I need.
Kind of annoying that I got an ignite, but it was on his clone. Come on.
Right between the eyes. Fine. You earned it. I'm in.
Mercenaries do some damn work, bro. This one's kind of crazy. He just shoots caustic arrow across the whole screen. Nuts. I need to get poison immunity, like ASAP. I might have to price check a poison immunity hateful accuser. Let's do that in a second here. I really need poison immunity, and I should just get a hateful accuser. Oh, sorry. So I have single target potential. Yeah, because in situations like this, where I'm like fighting a mob like this with no ads, having the hateful accuser would be helpful. Problem with the hateful accuser is it can actually screw us if they have soul eater. Like this guy has soul eater, so if I proc too many mobs, it can kind of kill us. Thanks, mate. I appreciate it. Do want to run some ultimatums for Catalyst as well. Catalyst would be great, because then if I can Catalyst, it's not a perfect 20, but if I Catalyst this and get to like 22, it'd be really good for us. Give us another 4% life regen on hit. You want to see the build that I'm working on the side, Z? It's kind of still a work in progress. It's very squishy. I started playing it the day after you started playing. So it's basic. I don't know if you've seen it. Death's Oath, which is Death's Aura. It's basically RF, but chaos, and it's played as an occultist instead to give us less strong pops, but more consistent pops. It's just like another way of playing like a similar build but different. Always been like kind of like an aspiration of mine to actually get a really good Death's Oath build in a league. And I had one league where I loved it. It just felt really good. The clear speed and the survivability and the damage was just right for like the playstyle I was doing at the time. It's always like a scuffed version of RF. RF is just so much stronger 99% of the time. It's just not worth running Death's Oath in comparison. But if you could actually scale the Death's Oath properly with enough currency and stuff, it can actually be a lot of fun. I feel like RF is great and all, but I think Death's Oath is more of a map blaster than RF is. RF is good. Don't get me wrong. RF is a map blaster. But I think Death's Oath is faster. It's more reliable, it's more consistent. Because it doesn't have to worry about energy shield. Right? RF relies upon, just doing burn damage, which has to break energy shield, and you have to stand still to reduce the resistance. And Death's Oath doesn't need to worry about that. Now, don't get me wrong, if they have chaos resist mod, the mobs suck. So you want to avoid chaos resistance mods on your maps. But other than that, it's super chill. See, this right here, this is where I need the Hateful Accuser. I think we're gonna price check a Hateful Accuser. I'm gonna do that off on the side screen over here. Do trade. Probably gonna die doing this. Div? Yo, you're high. What? You're actually high, bro. 14 Cs. Each attempt would be 14 C. I think we could tolerate that. What in the actual fuck? We also oh, I do need a tainted oil to anoint this too. Bro. Alright, question. Is how do I spell this? Alright, 5 div for a can't be poisoned. That's cheaper. We might buy a new ring. I might just buy a ring at this point. Because if I can't be that's 5 div for this. How much is the Hateful Accuser with Bleed Immunity? And then, okay, so that's not too terrible. So the 15 for the one ring or 15 combo for both rings. So either way, I'm looking at 15 div. So I might as well just pay 15 div or Tempt. Just make my own for that price at this point. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. A little bit gambiting. I don't mind spending some money gambiting a little bit.
Hello. Keep your life to your own.
Alright, I'm gonna show you the other character really quick, Z. Yeah, something I was saying earlier. So they did change Abyss this league, and Abyss is kind of cool. It does seem a little lacking in drops per se, but it's still pretty cool. All right, so here's my other character. This is the character I've been like tinkering with a bit. I'm just gonna try a tier 10 map, see how it works out.
Greetings.
I haven't actually ran him in a map yet. So the way this character works is this chest piece. It grants Death's Aura when it's equipped, but every time you kill something, you take chaos damage. And then the chaos damage can be reduced by chaos res. So you need like high tier chaos res, kind of like fire res, like we with RF. But this is only on kill instead of just consistent, right? And then it's all chaos damage. So this just does chaos damage around you. You don't even have to turn it on like RF. You know, RF you turn on in every zone. This you don't have to turn on. It's just active. And then it's all chaos based damage. So damage over time multiplier, chaos damage over time multiplier, chaos damage. All of those work. And then on top of that, you can take effect, just like you can with RF, you can take effect of spiritual aid for minion damage. And then you can take effect of increased aura effectiveness, also increases its damage. So it's basically the same thing. The only difference is this one doesn't scale with your HP. You don't need to just stack HP with this build. But yeah, it's pretty generic, honestly. I don't think I can run a... Yeah, I can't. What dunes? I'll run a dunes. So this is the other map I would recommend. Dunes. Dunes is a really open, simple to get to. Like, the boss is simple to get to. Granted, the boss isn't always in the same place. But... You see, it's literally the same things, eh? You just walk, and things just blow up. The difference is, like I said, it's chaos. So instead of doing fire damage, you do chaos damage, which chaos bypasses energy shield. And then he has built-in regen reduction to enemies. So enemies have 0 life regen rate. So you won't get cucked by regen. So like conk effect maps or mobs with like life regen, those mobs mean nothing to you. But like I said, he is very squishy right now. I haven't geared him up yet. And then you know how that's scary. You know how like we've been using Scorching Ray for RF? This one uses Blight. So it's a channeling skill, same way. Woof! We almost died. But you get the gist, like it's the same exact thing. Super chill, super fun. Like I said, just done in a different way. And until I get his block chance up and stuff, this guy's just gonna be squishy. He just dies really easily. That's why I'm not playing him. But yeah, that's my other character. It's very, like I said, very simple, very chill. That's my pet project this league. So I'll farm this guy up to be like mage blooded and get everything he needs to get done, and then we segue over to that build. Okay. Hateful Accuser, and then alright. So I think we're gonna try to kind of want to farm one. How do I farm a Hateful Accuser? I know it drops off a specific person. Bro, from rituals. Ooh. Yo, we just do rituals? We could set up a ritual map. We could spam rituals for a while trying to get us a Hateful Accuser. Alright, oils. I only have 30 attempts at this. It rocked cast speed, bro. It went cast speed. That's not good nor bad, but it's normally elemental ailments durations on you and reduce effective curses. So we're dropping the reduce effective curses, but it still has the penance mark, the cast speed, the life, and the chaos rest. It just rerolled the implicit. That sucks. So let the price check that. All right. Instead of buying a bunch of these and chancing them, why don't, now that I know I can just farm ritual for them, why don't we reset a tree for ritual? So we got harvest. I'm gonna drop the Val from this. I don't like the Val. We do have viewpoints. Like, could we do ritual? It's like, cannot reroll favor of rituals and maps. Monster sacrifice of the ritual, 100 more tribute. Your master ritual always have 4 rituals. So we would need this. So I feel like we would need this 50% chance for special rewards to get to this. So that's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Probably just need this so we get more so that's like 6. We could force rituals. Yeah, I think we need more points. So let's see here. I don't think we're gonna do breaches, but this is set up for maps plus breaches. I'm wondering if we can just drop breach. Is that this? That it's not a lot of points. Hold on. Can you walk, bro, Topher? I'm in the same boat, man. I want to have my wife just like jump on the middle of my back, right between my shoulder blades. It's been bugging the crap out of me. Like, I remember when I was a kid, Topher. Do you know those like plastic chairs in schools? Now, don't get me wrong, you're a lot bigger than I am, like height wise and stuff, right? Um, um, so mine was a hybrid, right? So imagine this, right? It's the desks that are like built to the chairs, right? Yeah, so it was this, but the back, instead of being a hard one, it was like one of these flimsy ones, right? It was like this. Technically, it was this chair bolted to this. So it was this blue top bolted to the top of this like thing. So yeah, you would lean back, you'd grab the legs on both sides, and you'd pull down, and this would bend. So it wasn't so like strenuous in your back. So it would bend and like it would bend to the arch of your back, right? And it would distribute the pressure along your whole middle, upper, like kind of lower middle back, and you pop the whole thing, bro. I would pop all the way from my neck to almost my tailbone on these things, like maybe 2/3 the way down my back. It was crazy. I miss it so much, but I'm way too big for those chairs now. Way too big. Holy crap, bro! I miss that shit so much. It was so good. All right. POE ritual altar tree? Something like that. I don't know. Just need a ritual atlas. I need to see which ones they pick up. Yeah, because it looks like they grab this one. Yeah, chance to spawn rituals, scarabs. Okay, so rituals. So 30, 40, 50, 60% chance to spawn ritual. I could force ritual and not pick that up. Also come up here. They pick up this side. So chance. Okay, rituals, maps. Increased number of spawn monsters at once. They spawn faster. So that gives you more favor, basically. Completely 50%. So I don't need the blood for this. I just want the mobs. So this one's tolerable. Then they go right and left side. Rerolling favors, 50% reduced attributes. I don't care about rerolling. So we might not need this one. This is just about rerolls. I just want to run it, and if it has something, it has something. If it doesn't, it doesn't. And then right side, deferring. Okay, so we want this. And we want that wheel up there. Okay, so it looks like... Let's price check the rituals. Rerolling areas. Okay. Rituals offer. Okay, so there is no one that forces ritual. Shade area contain ritual altars. How much is this going to cost? 65C? You get like 9 maps. Isn't that a terrible idea? I think we buy one of these.
Well, make it happen.
And then that forces ritual for us. We don't need this one. I think we need this. We need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And 6, 7, 8, 9. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 points. Okay. That's 12. Okay, not too terrible. Probably do 13, 14, and 15. I think we can do that. Oh, we have 8 points left as well. Oh, hold on. Okay. Um, oh, we're almost there. Okay. Uh, to get rid of... Need 2 more points. One more point. I'd like to keep the breaches. And could drop a single map one. This is intended to spawn maps specifically. Alright, we'll just for now we'll just get rid of one of these. Not a big deal. Alright, so now we have rituals on these. This isn't bad. Maps, breaches, and rituals. I feel like I want to farm rituals for now. Just so I can
What have you got for me?
just so I can try and get my Havel Accuser all sorted. That'd be pretty dope. I'd like that. If I can get my Havel Accuser and I can get my poison. It has poison on hit. That's great. Actually, we reroll that. If I have poison immune, I just reroll that. That's awful. Okay. Yeah, I think that'd be sick. Get our poison immune from that, and then it's super easy. Just rituals just give us more mobs to kill. Which is also pretty good for map drops. Four foot five, bro. I'm not quite that small. I'm short, but I ain't that small. I had to see that video. Or that message or whatever that is. Yeah, bro, headlights back in the day were kind of mellow and chill. Now it's like, what the hell? That guy got his high beams on? So true. So true. You know, it's funny when you're driving down the road, though, Topher, and you see a car in front of you with their headlights on. You can almost tell if it's a newer car or an older car purely just by the headlights. Like, at distance. You know if it's a newer or an old car. Where are the mobs at so I can spawn this? Why can't I spawn this? There's a mob somewhere. I don't know where it is. 6'4", bro. Yeah, you're tall as shit. From junkyards? Interesting. Why junkyards? Like, what's specific to junkyards? Bro, I don't see this mob that I'm missing to spawn this ritual. Oh, there it goes. Look. Tallest in your family tree? Holy shit. I mean, that's tall as fuck, though. I'm not gonna lie. Bro, that's some tinfoil hat shit. I mean, they've always tried to do that breathalyzer car start initiation thing, and people always find ways around it. For standard RF, Z, you should take the top left big one for stun immunity and freeze immunity when you upgrade it. And then, I mean, obviously, depending on your gear and the way you have it set up, you can opt out of that one eventually. But that's a good starter one. Like, if you have stun immunity from the tree, you don't have to take that one. But it's a good starter piece. And then for the bottom ones, personal preference, I would say until you get a bleed immunity, take the bleed immunity one, which is the bottom right one right here. It's not bleed immune, but it prevents you from taking extra damage while moving with bleed. Yeah. So the top one is Brine, and the bottom one is Ralakish. It's good starter ones to get you started until you get like some immunities. Like I said, this way, like if you get bled and you're like running, you don't take extra damage from running with bleed on you. And it reduces the damage bleed can do to you as well. So it helps you with bleeds, which is one of the problems you will struggle with on the build. At least early, because you can't be ignited. And if you rock Tempest Shield, you can't be shocked. And if you run Brine King and you upgrade it to that third one where it says chance to avoid being frozen, that means you can't be chilled or frozen or anything like that. Avoid means it won't happen. You're immune. So that gives you all the immunities. The only thing you have left is poison and bleed. And then this helps with the bleed problem. It reduces the damage taken while moving by 25%, and then you don't take extra damage while moving. So, and then if you upgrade this one, Corrupted Blood can't stack more than 5 times, which helps you with the Corrupted Blood part, even though you currently have the immunity to that. But then you can drop the immunity to save the point if you have that. And then once you have bleed immunity on a flask or something, you can, and you need, obviously, you need poison immunity as well, which this one would help with poison. So if you get bleed immunity, you can switch to the poison immune one until you get poison immunity. And then from there, it's kind of just personal preference, whichever one kind of tickles your fancy. Physical damage reduction is not too bad. Um, you know, probably one of these two, physical damage reduction. At that point, personal preference, like I said. I'm not gonna look at all these items. I'm honestly just looking for the one item I want. That's all I want. And maybe fractured jewels. Let's just pick up this. This. That's it. I don't really care about the rest. Honestly, just running it for that. Oh, here's the stabilized hand. So this is the stabilizing breach hand that I was telling you about, Z. So this one is much easier for our build and much more tolerable. So it's just a hand. When you touch it, it opens. And then you see a little, like, the mobs spawn. Like, there's a circle here that I'm following. It opens up in a complete circle in all directions. So you kill as many mobs as you can. See at the bottom of the bar, as you kill mobs, it fills up. You have to fill it up before the second bar catches up to it, and it fails. So this one is more up our alley for our build. Because it's not about defending, it's about running around, killing as much as possible. Now, with this version, though, before you kill the boss or the mob that spawns in the middle, you want to run around the outside first. Mobs are going to continuously spawn, but the initial mobs that were there before it stabilized can drop loot. So you want to run around the outside first. You want to kill all the excess like mobs that were there, and then you want to go to the middle and kill everything. Like I said, the mobs will continuously spawn, but if you kill the group on the outside first before going to the middle, you'll get more loot to drop at the end. And then you kill the guys in the middle, and then it stabilizes, and you're good. Then it drops a bunch of loot. That one's very easy. That's like traditional breach, like you're used to from back in the day, and that's the best one for this build. I didn't get a single pop on any of those mobs? What? What? Seriously? Bro, come on. That sucked that I have to spend 65C for like 6 to 9 maps to force ritual, but it's fine, I guess.
Greetings. Journey well. We almost got our Maven fight too for an extra point. Toxic sewer is awful. This mob's annoying me. Alright, those guys. And here's Abyss. This is a fucking hell of a room. Jesus. So the problem with Abyss is the mobs themselves don't drop loot. So the goal for Abyss is you kill everything, which is good XP. Great XP. Abyss gives a massive XP. It's just the loot doesn't drop until you open a chest that spawns kind of RNG when you clear one. Doesn't always drop a chest, but they can drop chests. Like that one dropped a chest. But they don't always drop chests. So you gotta hope it drops a chest so you can actually get some loot. Kinda sucks. Twenty detonate dead. Let's go. That one dropped a chest. Dropped a greater chest. Alright. Oh, come on. Oh man, oh man. But yeah, as you come up with questions or you're having issues with something, just feel free to be like, yo, I'm struggling with this, I'm struggling with that. What do you recommend here? Like, I don't mind answering your questions, yet sometimes I might be a little slow on the uptake because I'm busy doing something. Sometimes I might not have the time to respond, but I'll do my damnedest to help you out where I can, when I can. I didn't get any pops because you jumped away, you piece of crap. Give us a pop. Give us a pop. Give us a pop. Yes! That's what I'm talking about. Oh, and we get ultimatum here? Okay. We're gonna give ultimatum a try. While we're here. Alright. Level 1 saw blades? Alright. Oh, that's scary. Oh, this isn't okay. This is a stand in the middle one. Okay. I forgot. I didn't notice it. Alright. Aura's actually is a good one because mine sets them to a resist, so it doesn't matter what the resist is. Okay, can we just get past that mob? Thank you. Against the block. We need tier 2 blades. Tier 2 blades is probably fine. Oof. Alright, I shouldn't go past level 3 blades though. I don't have corrupted blood immunity. I have blade immunity, but not corrupted blood immunity. Level 1 here. Level 1 pulse, like freeze pulse shouldn't be too big of a deal. Even like a level 2, probably not bad. Level 3 is probably not terrible either, but don't go to level 4s and you'll be good, supposedly. I'll take the fire. I can like opt out of one. Alright, did we take fire here? We definitely don't want the rune one. Definitely need to get some regen on our flask soon. Don't need to do the 10th one. We're just gonna take rewards because reward isn't necessary. Got what we wanted. I can even read those. Ultimatum's cool. I don't know. Struggle bus to figure out like what's really worth it in them other than catalysts. You can. So Z, in your hideout, you got to go to edit, and you got to place down the heist locker in your hideout somewhere. When you walk up and talk to the heist locker in the very bottom, there's like an affinity button. If you click it, when you're in your stash, it'll automatically place it into the heist locker for you because you turn the infinity on for it. You can do the same thing with contracts for the contract storage and for the new content for the new content. You can do the same thing for the breach items, like the worm gifts and stuff from doing breach. You go to the breach place and you turn the affinity button on. Can you link me one that doesn't go? Yeah, link me what's not working. I'll see what it is. That's why. The green ones are a quest item. Any green named item is always a quest item that has to be turned into an NPC. They can't be banked or anything like that. Oh, we got a nameless ring, but it wasn't the unique one. Not a bad one. T1 life ES roll. I don't know if it's worth much though. Let's grab scarabs at this. So hopefully that helped. But yeah, anytime like the expedition locker, you come down here, you check the affinity box. You know, I don't have the heist locker somewhere. But there's like the worm locker. You can check the affinity box here as well. Right, and you do the same thing with the heist locker, wherever the hell I think I turned my heist locker off, but because I never pick them up. But yeah, you just turn the affinities on and it fixes that problem for you. Because as long as it's not a quest item, you can do it. Got your shelled 35, mate? Hell yeah, man, that's crazy. Oh yeah, Tover, to answer your question from earlier, about I better be taking advantage of like the palette. This will answer your question. You paying attention, Tover? You looking? Yeah. Bro, I've been doing nothing but playing this and Eve off stream. And then on stream, it's hard for me to play it, right? Because I'm either running around in Guild Wars 2 just non-stop with like no downtime, or I'm in here just map blasting. Right? I haven't been playing anything that allows me to like kind of tinker with it. Bro, that hurt. Whatever the fuck that was. Holy shoot. Woo! I'm getting fucking ripped. That's painful. What the hell is that? What? Bro, stop running up the damn ramp. I think I need to farm for rational doctorates. Because I need conk effect. 5% life regen, huge. Curse effect reduction, huge. I'm not gonna sit there and deal with you. Not really the goal right now. Alright, we need to find hateful accusers. We need to corrupt them. Anoint them, then corrupt them. We need to hit poison. One more ritual to do. And we got a breach here. Dude. Do the breach after we do the boss. We've gotten so many mortal fleshes after we bought one. We didn't find a single one for a while. We bought one, and then we found 4 now. That's just crazy. I think I need to make... Oh, that might not be a bad idea. Oh, maybe it is. I need to make like a bleed immune life flask. Chaos. Interesting. Could buy the splinters, but we can get lots of splinters. I'm not really worried about that. But I mostly care about fractures and actually finding the item that I want. I just want to find it, honestly. I don't really care about the rest. Alright. Breach time. And this thing just dies so I can move on. I wonder how much a good pair of gloves would cost me. One that has the ignites pro lift for me. What up, Foop? Yo, Fip, can you carry a Maven fight? I'm assuming yes. If not, like I said, it's not a big deal. I just know I need to get one. Sorry. Sorry. I just know I need to do one for the whatchamacallit.
Greetings.
Can't think right now. Wait, this one's better than what I'm wearing. Is it? 80, 30, roughly the same life, but it gives me like decent more life regen. Yeah, like 30, 40%, 40 more life regen. Like, this is a small amount of life, but it's fine.
Keep your life to your own.
Yeah, I'm working towards unlocking my Maven fight. But yeah, I need one to get another one of my things. So thanks, mate. Yeah, I'm a little sneezy today. It's kind of annoying.
Stay out. Stay sane.
Ooh, vulnerability is a little rough. Didn't realize I had vulnerability, but it's fine. You just stop chasing me. Yeah, it was funny. I was doing blights off stream yesterday and the day before. Pip. And yesterday I logged in. I was like, all right, I want to run some a few blights, you know, before I got to get off the computer. Bro, first blight, I get a div. I'm like, okay, cool. Loot it all. Pop in the second blight map. Start running it. Start looting. Second div. What the fuck? It's got back-to-back divs. And then I think I read 2 more, and on my my fourth one, I dropped another div. I'm like, okay, game, what the fuck is going on here? Not a single tainted, which is fine because the div's worth more than a tainted right now. But I thought it was hilarious.
Meet me back at the device.
It's like, yo, like, why can't I get divs on demand like that more often? Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with my nose. I'm just like sniffly, and I think it's allergies, but I don't know what I have allergies to. It just comes and goes randomly. But yeah, what I'm working on right now, Pip, they actually threw in rituals because I want to try. I'm trying to get a hateful accuser that has poison immunity on it, and it's 15 div right now for one. So yeah, there's that. Hey, look, it dropped Rise of the Phoenix. Part of the yeah, I'm trying to work on getting a corrupted, you know, hateful accuser so I can get poison immunity. And I need the hateful accuser anyway, so that's what I'm working towards. We just got our Defiance of Destiny yesterday. This Devourer is gonna take me a hot minute. Oh, did I get a pop? Fuck it. Yeah. Ugh. I'm also very optimistically attempting to farm a Wrathpith. Like a Foulborn Wrathpith. That's not gonna happen, but you know, hey. Why not? Why not attempt it at the same time, you know? This breach is awful. It branched in such an awkward spot that like all the mobs were on the backside. I don't know if that's worth anything. Higher support? Never seen that one. And we got an ultimatum? Yo, let's go. But how's your grind coming along? Yep. All right. Alrighty then. Not getting a whole lot of anything here.
Does it sting to have gotten so close last time?
Okay, that can be scary, but what the fuck? What? Why'd you do that?
Slay them amongst the flames.
Get anything good? I mean, I wouldn't say you're stupid. It's just Gamba. Like, why not, right?
The wind conspires with flames.
Or did you find it and just not sell it? Ooh. I mean, that's the thing. It's like a Gamba. If you get a good hit, it pays for itself, right?
Stray too far.
Like, that's the thing. It's like, you get a good one, you're Gucci. Get one that forces a mage blood, you made all your money back, plus some. It's gambling at its finest.
Your artery.
That one sucks. The can't do damage one kind of blows. Especially since they get stronger the longer they're alive. That one kind of sucks. Alright, Razor Blades.
Vengeance is cold indeed.
Woo! It's gotten scary.
An arrow falls.
Try to avoid a little bit of the damage best we can. Just failed. Wait, what? And I just didn't kill it fast enough? That's kind of stupid. Hey, was that can't do damage for 2 seconds kind of thing? I feel like. Oh, well, I didn't really see anything in there that was like really worth much of anything anyway. So. This is what it is. Alright. Haven invite.
Greetings. Till next time, shall we keep, Savior?
Eyes itching. I don't know what this is worth. This rolled pretty terribly. Better than what I'm wearing. Interesting enough. Once again, that's somewhat of an upgrade. Kind of funny that that's an upgrade. I'm gonna die a couple times in this fight, unless we get really lucky with pops and stuff. More mob fight? I mean, there's other bosses on the side. I figured they would spawn right now. Someone's spawning. Fucking. There it goes. Honk effect. Like everywhere. Honk effect. Come on. Ew. Go away. Thank you. This is not perma conk effect. Alright, I need to focus this guy down. Can't even move. Alright. Chaos is dead. That one's dead. I just need to fight this. We just get a pop. Maybe. Please. Please. Pop. Give us a pop. Big boom. Big boom. Big boomy. I guess not. Bro, this is the slowest fight ever. Like watching paint dry. He is not like hitting me at all. This is pure RF. No pops. No on Earth detonate deads. This is the worst boss. that I could have chosen. Second Terminesque I've seen this league. I didn't get any shards. I thought shards were like guaranteed. Huh. Okay. Alright, let's probably just check this higher support, right? Interesting. Interesting. Okay. What about these storm gifts? Let's see. Alright, so a whole lot of nothing. Alright.
Greetings. Farewell.
Alright, map. Alright, I think we're done running these ones. I'm not gonna sit here and keep running Mavens. They can suck it, bro. Because we're already at max Mavens, we just gotta do the actual invitations, which is like the Shaper ones and things like that. I gotta run like Shaper maps with it influenced. That's too much work. So it's just like, oh yeah, they'll leech that from somebody else that does it. Or just not worry about the extra points. Really like jack off her damage. What the hell? What mod do we have? Oh, monsters have 130% more life. Woo! That's a rough one. Drop additional scarabs, sure. Give cards, quantity. I don't want to lower my reses. Ah, fuck it. Might make the boss a little difficult. So many grasping vines. Ugh. Bro, the boss is gonna be fucking mega juice. We're probably going to fight him first. Shouldn't have even taken the altars, but altars. You take this. Quantity. Oh, oh, that's bad. That's bad. Woo! That's bad. Fucking grasping vines are dreadful. Okay. Oof. Can't move. Can't move. Can't move. Can't move. There we go. Can't move again. Div orbs. I don't know what the negative is. But kill them all. Kill them all. Divine. 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 Give me more divines. Give them all to me. Kill all the mobs. Kill all the mobs. Already got 2 div. I hardly ever see that altar. Getting that altar is huge. Divine, let's go. All right, we're gonna kill this boss first. Hold on. Alk and go, baby. Alk and go. You know, at this rate, we could probably just buy the Hateful Accuser for 15 div. And just not even think about it. The 130% more monster HP is fucking awful. I'm not getting any pops to really do any damage to this boss. Fucking dreadful. I think I got a pop, but it didn't ignite him. That's so frustrating. God damn it. I don't want to pull any more mobs because I want to get rid of this boss first. Three div, baby, 3 div. Okay, there's a pop. There's half his HP. Okay, we got 5, 2, 4, but oh my god. Gotta avoid that chucking of the spirit. I think we just hide behind the wall next time. It's just safer. What? Bro, behind the wall! That's bullshit! That's bullshit! Bullshit! You can suck it, game! I 100% thought I was behind the wall, so I was like, alright, I'm good. And then I was like, wait, why just HP just chunked? What the fuck? Yes. Fucking just let me through! Just give me a pop and kill this fucking dude. It's like right on the outskirts of it, it looked like. It was like right within range, but like right on the edge so I can get like sniped off the side. That booty cheeks. I need a 100% chance to ignite. This is ridiculous. I'd have killed this guy already. Alright, I'll just pick him up anyway. Alright. Now it's time to kill the mobs. Give us more money. More money. More money. Give us all the money. Okay, you are just not dying. Okay, I can deal with this one, but I don't need rarity. I don't need blessed orbs either, so. These mobs have so much. They're fire igniting. Div cards, never mind. Damn. Alright, so which one gives us the worst? Chilled ground kind of blows, but I need the mobs. There's a div. What we wanted. More mobs. On this, I guess. The HP is ridiculous, bro. Finally, that ignite guy's dead. Jesus. I can't move. I can't move. Between the stuns, the slows, and the grasping vine throw, I can barely move. I don't really care about the regular mobs at this point. I just want the eater mobs. More eater mobs. Oh, what's that place? I almost don't want to do ritual in this map. Because, there's too much slow and too much HP. It's fucking wild, bro. One thing we didn't hit was duplicating a chance to duplicate currencies. We hit chance to duplicate currencies when we got that div, bro. Oh, we got so much more money. Like it's almost over. Like we have like very little mobs left. It has extra life on top of it. Bro, this game's a troll. Game's such a troll. Alright, there's another div. Donation cards. Extra lighting. That might kill us. But need the mobs. Want as many mobs as possible at this point. Let's move more than 50 mobs left. Oh, come on, give us another one. Give us another one. Another div. No. Let another div. At 17 mobs somewhere, it means I missed a pack somewhere in the ground. I want the pack. Where are these mobs? Okay, can't get that. I wonder if I actually did kill them all. Just the rituals are counting as some, and so is the chest, that one thing. Okay, I think that's everything. I mean, not terrible. We got 5 div from the mount. Pure RNG. So I'm not doing the ritual on that one, bro. Actually, we could check because we did 2 of the 4. Okay, maybe we do have to do one more. Okay, hold on. Let's do one more. I just want to see if there is a hateful accuser, honestly. Don't really want to, but we can. These mobs just, they're so hanky. Look at it. They're not dying. Just die. Please. Just die. Oh, I got a pop. Okay, killed all the whites. Now I got this fucking yellow that's never gonna die. If I don't get a pop on this yellow, we are in for trouble. Please pop. Please pop. Yes! Holy shit. Oof. Alright, so don't care about any of that. Reroll. Gives her a buff. I don't think that's worth anything. Corrupted. No. 2C. Really worth much. Alright. Yep. What I expected. Whole lot of nothing. Alright. 5 div. Respectable.
Hello. Go with courage.
Oh. Yes, it kind of sucks that we didn't get as much quantity as we would have wanted, or chance for duplications. But at least we got it early enough to where we actually did get a couple drops. Because normally you do the whole map, you get to the very end, and it's like, oh, I got the div at the very end. And I already opened up all my altars, so I don't get any extra mobs to fight, and you just basically get 0 div out of it. But it is like, that's why it's better to run like open maps, so you can leave the altars and come back for them. Because being able to come back for them to open up more mobs and open them in the right order, kind of thing. It at least gives you a chance to have more mobs with the right buffs. Because in the last situation, I would have picked the div card one, or the divine drops first. Then I'd have picked up the 2 quantities. And then anything else to spawn me more mobs. Rarity. That one's not worth it unless I get like a divine altar or something. Or even a chaos altar with like duplications. That one's tolerable. Then you can drop like a ton of chaos in one map. You can drop like 50, 60 chaos in one map. Not nearly as much as like a divine altar, but at least it's something. I feel like greater E-cores are better. Because they're worth more than 1C. Drop like 15, 20 of those as well. Letters, orbs, jewelry. Again, not really worth it. And the map mobs themselves don't matter for the altars, my understanding. It only drops from the Eldritch mobs, which is why you want as many Eldritch mobs as possible. Basic currency items are doubled. That is perfect. I think that works for... I don't know, does it only work for Eldritch mobs? I think it does. There's a double chaos already. Okay, at least we'll stop getting altars for bosses. Not many mobs left. You know, I'm on the wrong atlas for what I'm doing. I need to switch atlases. We're still doing the rituals, and I'm set up for steerings, not eaters, and I'm running eater. I think we go back to just Alcan go harvest, make the money, and just buy the ring outright. 15 div is not that unreasonable to purchase it. Expensive, and I'd rather not have to pay it, but at this point I might as well just pay it. I was hoping to actually find one by now, and I didn't, so what's the point? Greater Ecors, not too terrible. We can get a couple of those drops. Yeah, 4 drops. Pretty solid. Couple more, and map's not too terrible. Bro, the div would have been so much different if I actually had the correct atlas. Yep. Not running it. Nothing I want. Here. Alright, let's switch back to harvest. And then I want to get rid of the Val ones. So alright. So we got 6 points. A something. What do we want to add in? We could put in scarabs. Scarabs are nice. Like, which scarabs would we run though? Photography scarabs, not terrible. Divination scarabs. Ambush. Essence beyond. I don't know which ones to run, so you going to bed, Topher? Ah, man, I appreciate you.
Do me a favor, please. Get out of here. Get out of here, man. Shit, I'm saying.
We're just gonna do more scarabs, I guess. I don't really feel like tinkering with it all that much. Alright. Back to what we're doing. Alright, let's see how much these 5 graders are worth. I want to see. I have this. Yeah, 2C each? Or 2 to 1. Oh, they're not as much as I thought they were. That sucks. Like, yeah, so Chaos would have been better. Fine. Oh, that's why they're graders, not grands. Okay, gotcha. Question is, do we buy a new pair of gloves? Because, like, we look at our old character. Doesn't matter. Whichever one you want. They all roll the same stuff. Well, at least for the same stuff you want. So back. Watch this. Okay. What was I checking again? Lost the train of thought. I was reading what you wrote and I forgot what I was doing. What was I trying to remember? Oh yeah, the gloves. So we rocked life, regen, double res. Oh, damage while leeching. I forgot. Yes. All right, let's try and find a pair of these gloves. All right, so life regen, double res. PoE trade. Gloves. Life. Life regen. Fire. Actually, it doesn't have to be fire. But chaos has to be. We want probably like 31 chaos, I think. 31 minimum. And then let us do a count. 1 with all 3 reses. We can convert the reses of at least 40, I think. 40 would be a good number. I think 40 is a good high number, yeah. All right. Oh, and then we want armor. So let's set that up. All right. All right, and then the life, we need like 125. Regen of at least like 18. This is where we get expensive. 9 div. Okay. Yeah, we can convert the lightning over to, let's do this 46. 46, 46, 46. Okay. Yeah, they're gonna be expensive. This is what we need to shoot for though. Life regen, double cast, and feel like we need an open prefix. Either an open prefix or increased damage while leeching. And we do another count. 1 prefix modifiers. Max of 2 or damage while leeching. One of those. Okay. This is a pair of gloves. So this is what we're looking for. This is exactly what we want. Bro, 150 divines can suck my chocolate fucking just asshole. What the? Bro, suck a dick. It's not even a good meter. Like if this was 1.7, I could see the price tag. This is not 1.7. This is 1.3. Like he rolled T1 here, T1 here. I mean, he did hit the area. And it does have T1 life. We can actually lower the life roll to 115. Okay, this is reasonable, but it doesn't have the E-course, right? That's the difference. The E-course. This right here is what matters. We could buy this. Like something like this is reasonable because then we just self-craft the leech. I'm okay with that. Like, it did roll this dead stat comparatively to this one. This doesn't have a single, like, this area effect, area damage is bonkers. The rarity on this I don't like. I don't hate this one for the extra armor. And then I could self-craft the thing. It's just these meters are only 1.3, and I'd have to RNG roll these over and over again until I hit 1.7. Alright, so we can't afford one of those for a very long time. Alright. Well, that's what we're looking towards. Identify.
Keep your life to your own.
Way.
Greetings.
Sell.
Go with courage.
Okay. What does this guy want? Oh yeah, I remember I ran a volt. I forgot. Alright, what do we get? Ancient orb, alchemies. Really? Really? That's it? Bro, you can suck it. You can suck it. That's dreadful. Yeah, I spent 65C on that. I mean, I made my money back because I got the div altar, but that div altar can't really count as like good, you know? Need to work on those ones. I really just don't feel like dealing with it. All right. All right. More maps. I guess we're just Alkin and going at this point. Alkin and go on some harvest. Oh, did I run that without Malevolence because I switched my shield? Bro, that would make sense why I was doing such little amounts of damage. And it's like 20k difference. I mean, they had more HP. Which is true, but like, it was wild different. We do need auto flasks really bad. It's just like, I don't really want to put on auto flask. I mean, I should just because it's gonna help us get to our mage blood faster. Okay, why are we on this map? Go back to our normal map. Because the boss here sucks. I don't think there's any reason to actually run this map. Oh yeah, it does say Eldritch minions drop those. And it does say players gain this. Map drops quantity. Yeah, fuck it. Work. I didn't think about that. Yeah. So it's not always specifically. Eldritch mobs that drop them. But I think the currency ones are from Eldritch mobs specifically. Just need to kill one of these guys. And it speeds up this process significantly. This is not a mapper. He doesn't have a active skill, which doesn't really change the damage all that much. But it's super helpful for targeting extra damage onto a specific monster. Alright. Backtrack. Like I said, we need to do the harvest. This is what we're here for money. Then I want to finish altars. See if we can get some more quantity out of this. And rarity, not really caring about. Yeah, so what we could do is we could buy a base that doesn't have the E-cores on it and then just slam the E-cores on ourselves and elevate them. Try and pseudo craft part of it by ourselves. I think that's our best bet to actually get our gloves. Like I said, there was that other item. It was totally viable. For relatively cheap, but it had no E-cores on it. I'd have to slam the E-cores myself, but I think it was on a bad base. Only I was better at crafting. Yeah, we need to get the fuck out of this. No good altars. Terrible map layout. Fine if you're not trying to backtrack for something. It does have the offshoots that I don't like. And this is where we need the ignites spread. Because then they'd be on the ground and they would just kill everything once it's spawned. I hate fighting the other ones. They're so annoying. We got a tier 4. Takes a while to kill, but it's worth money.
Would you like
Yo,
more?
mate, thanks for the
You look
hydrate.
thirsty as fuck right now.
And of course, this guy's gonna do his leapy little trick. If I'm not careful, he'll kill me. Yep. 400, pretty reasonable. Didn't get the double proc, but and we're not doing pack size maps either, so be expected. We're not doing astrolabe either. Like without the astrolabes, without the map size packs, and without the proc chance, like 400 is probably the best you're gonna be able to see. I wish they bring Barrage to the actual core. It was so fun. Be able to double dip your juice was so fun. It was so enjoyable. Like everybody has the same mentality at this league. It's just like we went from like a mega juicer league where everything was just like mad currency everywhere. But we got a double proc on like on the bosses. That's actually huge. Yeah, we went from like a mega juiced league with mega crap tons of like loot and currency and stuff to a league that just feels dead. Like very little currency drops, very little like lucrativity or whatever you want to call it. Like I feel like there's very little money to be made. I don't know where this other mob is, so I'm gonna leave. I mean, money is fine, but not comparatively to last league. Like, I'm not even exaggerating. Like, I made so much money last league with very little effort. This league, I'm not even a 10% of what I was making last league. Like, I was able to last league be able to buy a map for 20C, and then I could then turn around and buy all the scarabs for like another 20, 30C. So it's like a 50C investment for a map, not counting the astrolabe, which is roughly another 15 to 20C per map. So let's say max 75C per map, and I was still making 1 to 2 div per map. Just off of the life force I was dropping in every map. Now it's just like I invest 75C and I'm lucky to get a half a divine out of it. It's so much different. It just feels bad in comparison. Yeah, and Necro was bad. Like, in order for you to make good money in Necro, obviously, like, there's money-making methods that always are. Like, alking and going, you know, running expeditions, harvests, logbooks. You know, there's always ways to make money. Don't get me wrong, there is. But what I mean is, like, it's not that you can't make money. It's not like you can't make decent money. There is ways to make decent money. Like, whether it's RNG, you proc a random ass like item drop or something, or you farm something that you're good at and you know you make good money. Like there is ways to always make money. Don't get me wrong. But if you compare how much money people were making on average to certain leagues, there's no comparison. There's no way to compare something that people were making 15, 20 divs a map versus now they're lucky to make 1 to 2 div a map on average, right? Some maps you might make 10, 15, some maps you might not make any. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not saying you can't make money. I'm just saying the difference in the currency per map it's a night and day difference. But yeah, Necro was even worse because like you could make money selling corpses if you didn't want to actually spend the time and the effort to craft. Yes, you could. But the real like moneymaker in that league was crafting. You were crafting the big dick crafts and selling the big dick crafts. But then the more that those crafts were made, the less the items are worth as well. So it was like kind of a double-edged sword. Did you just freaking die? Thank you. I really need to get 100% chance to ignite. Like, it's really holding me back. Like, I almost just need to get a handful of tattoos just to fix the ignite chance. Kind of cucks our strength a bit, but I think we need to. So chaos drops are pretty fine. I think this is fine. At least we can get some currency from it. Is that from... yeah, Eldritch Minions specifically. Could have held off on that one. Just to see what the other altars were, but I feel like we'd miss out on a bunch of chaos from the natural spawns. Not just the altar spawns.
Exile. We have yet to unravel this one.
But and it's like, at the end of the day, though, it's not so much that the league kind of feels meh because of the lack of currency. I mean, that is one of the aspects. Going from like big currency drops to like kind of meh currency drops is definitely a thing. Don't get me wrong, right? But that's not really the big. It's like we went from a league where it was like super interesting, where we were like, we got to go into mirrors, we had an extra boss that was spawning that we would like farm from, like all the interesting league updates and changes and stuff, to a league that they revamped Abyss, which doesn't feel great. They revamped Legion, which doesn't feel great. And that's kind of it. Right? Like that's kind of like they gave us the underwater sea thing, which feels kind of meh compared to Mirage, because it takes us to another area to farm another currency in another zone to then be able to somewhat craft potential good gear easier or something. It just, I don't know, it's a completely different aspect. I feel like if we would have had this league previously and then this one was Mirage, I think it would have been a better combination, right? Because we wouldn't have had like a big loot league with a like a non-existent loot league. Yeah, 'cause like you'd hit a Mirage, right? And you would get the infusion coins from those Mirages, but you'd also have the chance at the Black Swordsman, whatever this guy's name was. You had a chance at him to get his invite, which was big money as well. And like there was so many big ticket, big money items. I don't know. I'm just kind of jaded. I think I'm in the same boat as like every other PoE streamer right now, a PoE player. That's why a majority of people have pretty much quit. It's because the mercenaries were kind of a letdown, right? Like they're okay, but knowing that you can only have them permanently if you were like an ascendant, which is kind of meh, kind of put a damper on things. And then most items that we're making money on like last league aren't worth much this league. It just feels very meh. Like I'm still interested in playing. I'm gonna be playing off stream, you know, growing my character, having some fun, testing some things out, trying some stuff. You know, it is what it is, but yeah. Yeah, they got rid of the belts, bro. Like, they got rid of the Shrine belt, they got rid of the Cord belt. Those were two good options for belts other than just Mage Blood. That's another thing that just really grinded my gears. It's like, why did you get rid of two great alternative belts for builds that aren't a Mage Blood or a Headhunter, right? Right now, it's you run one of two belts. You either run a Headhunter or you run a Mage Blood. In every single build. Every single build's like, oh, just get a Mage Blood. Oh, just get a Mage Blood. Oh, you don't want a Mage Blood? Get a Headhunter. Like, bro, come on. Like, we need some versatility here. It's crazy. And that was another thing I really liked. And then if we combo that idea with the belts, right? with like the idea of the new Legion, you can get some potential, right? That's something I did want to check today. I want to see if I can find a chess piece that has the Death's Oath implicit. You know, the Death's Aura as an implicit on a different unique chess piece. And see if I can find one that's like kind of nice. Because I want to run Death's Oath, right? But I don't really want to run Death's Oath with the Death's Oath chest. So if I can technically find the implicit on a good chess piece, that would be cool. All right, let's go sell div and harvest. All right, there's 2 div. We're up to 8. I said just super simple. Out can go, man. Nothing really fancy here. We hit a divine shrine, then we're good. Or altar, div altar, great. Gotta hit the boss first. And of course, no ignite. Tempted to honestly just put combustion on my detonate dead. Quantity is good. Need that for the harvest. Maps. Okay. Duplicated on maps. Don't really care too much about that right now. Did not look at the negative here. That's actually really bad. I just saw the positive. Just grabbed it. So that could cuck us. But we could get pretty high chance for doubling maps. Not great, but I don't really need rarity. I haven't dropped like very few timer maps. All right. Oh, need to save for a mage blood. That's like kind of like my telling sign though for this league is like I was able to easily farm a mage blood last league and a wrath pit shield. Like I even got in Adorns. Like I got so much last league so easily. Like that is like the telling sign of like how much currency difference there is. Like I had like probably 400 div worth of gear. And it's not like that you can't do that. Like for me to hit that number means a lot. Welcome back. I got a question for you, Fip. Do you know? Okay, I'm gonna ask the question first, and I'm gonna tell you what I've heard because I've heard mixed answers. The item rarity is that does that increase your chances of getting divines to drop when you do get a currency to drop? Does it increase the chances of it being a divine? Because I've heard yes and no. I've heard players being like, yo, reason you're not hitting divines is because you don't have enough rarity. And then I've heard rarity doesn't apply to currencies. So I just wanted to ask somebody else. Of course, no ignite. Sitting here. So in PoE 2 it does work, but not PoE 1. See, that's what I was wondering. Because like I said, I've heard both. And I'm not sure which one's true for PoE 1. I think we're just going to E-core these gloves. They're not bad gloves. They don't have the leeching because they have armor. Like they have a double armor roll for prefixes. I could put leeching on these. I didn't have a prefix on it, and that would make these gloves pretty solid. Because it does have life, it does have regen, it does have fire and a chaos. Like it's all like T2 rolls, but it's good. What about Maven? I kind of gave up on the Maven. Because I wasn't getting the Maven shards when fighting Maven every time. I've gotten 2 out of the 4 times I've fought her. So, I mean, I could just buy the invite. I know I can't do it. With my build, specifically, I cannot fight Maven. It's just not possible. Maven and this build does not go hand in hand. And like, if you can't nuke her in like a couple of memory phases, and you're bad at memory, then yeah, it's not gonna happen. So I know you have good damage, That's why I asked if you think you could do it. I just saying, like, if you can't actually kill her in the matter of like 2 or 3 memory phases, then it's probably just not gonna happen. Oh, we got a fortress. Yeah, there's an acid because you got the rarity ones right here, and I keep seeing the rarities, but I always ignore them because I feel like rarity is just bad. And they got rid of all the quantity items in the game. And that's when I was wondering, I was like, oh, if they got rid of all the quantity items in the game and rarity doesn't work for like divs, then like I don't understand why they get rid of all the quantities. They kept all the rarities and they keep rarity in the game, but if like rarity feels bad. Like the only time rarity is worth it is if you're farming T0 items. Right, if you're going for those big ticket like T0 items. I feel like rarity would be fine if you're farming like a Savalans or something. Right, you go into a boss and you're trying to farm like a Savalans. I don't know if that really helps with the odds of getting a Savalans or any of those other big ticket like high-end items. It feels bad. Like, what's the fucking point of it? It just feels terrible. But yeah, up to you. If you want to try Maven, we can look at the price of an invite. We can just try it. Like I said, getting another stone would be nice. I just know I can't do it. I've never been able to do a Maven fight. I've actually never killed Maven. Like, in an actual Maven fight itself. Like, obviously we do the invitations all the time, but that's, like, not an actual Maven fight. Yeah, there's only one that I saw, and it was quantity. We'll go and hit that, and then we'll go do the harvest repost. Ooh, actually, I don't want to do that. Cold lightning, I'm just gonna get absolutely obliterated. I'll fuck with it. I don't have enough reses to deal with that. Unless I have a mage blood later. So yeah, up to you. Let me know. Yep. I'm down to give it a shot. Like I said, there's literally nothing I can do. I'm gonna be zero fucking help. I'd rather you go in, kick its ass, get him down to that last phase, tell me to come in, and then I'm gonna die. And I can just lay there until he dies. And I feel like worst case scenario, like you can get him low, and if you die when he's low, you can just swap on like calling strikes. So you can just go in and one tap him. I think it's 10 pieces to make one. And I have 2. Like I said, we can always buy a couple pieces. It's not a big deal. I don't mind about like paying for an invite. I just don't want to pay for an invite if we're not going to be able to do it. Or if it's not possible for us to do it, I'd rather just wait. Because like I said, I feel like having Calling Strike would be worth it. Because you get him low, and then you hit him with the Calling Strike skill. And just insta-give him when he gets low, instead of having to worry about the last 10% of his life. You just get him low, I come in, and you one-tap him. Stormburst, totem here, interesting. Yeah, so supposedly with my Death's Oath, I have to. They want me to run a Shaco's helmet with decay, like high level decay, like the 25 plus decay. And supposedly that single target on decay is ridiculous. Your skill's bad for bosses, really? I thought it was doing pretty chunky damage. Because of how much it procs stuff and explodes. Oh, gamer. Sorry. I when you said skill, I was thinking your ability, right? Your character's ability skill that he was rocking. Well, I don't think I can kill this mob. Wait, maybe I can? Invulnerability aura. Okay, maybe I can kill it. Because this guy has regen and this guy has invulnerability aura. So I think if I kill invulnerability, I can kill the life regen after. Like, bro, the other guy's just not dying. Oh, and he got a pop. Oh, hell yeah. Insta give him. That works. Yeah, we're at 8 divines right now. I said I think my next upgrade is a hateful accuser with poison immunity on it. And then I think my next one after that is gonna be the doctrines. The rational doctrines. That's like another 25 div. I think what we're gonna do real fast, I think we're going to E-core this. I don't have a lot of them, but docs. Okay. So this one we're looking for ignites. Freeze. Ignite spread. Okay, so we got our ignites. That's the one thing we're looking for. And then this one is I don't remember what this one is. I think this one's fire leeched as Jesus. It is leech. Fire leech is life. There we go. Alright. Starter pair of stuffies. And then starter pair of boots. Boots be not terrible. I can't remember what the good one is on that. One is fire res. I think one's regen. I think this one's max fire res. Alright. So starter, and starter. I don't really think there's anything to do to the helmet. Week 3! This shit's still not being over. I mean, bro, it's gonna take time. That's life. That's what sucks about life. Honestly, not much I can really tell you. It just sucks. Sorry, man. It be that way sometimes, but hey, at least we're still here. At least we're still chugging along, you know? It's really what matters. Alright. Alright, so we got a little bit more regen, we got a little bit more fire res, and we got the Ignite Proliv. Alright. So now what we need, 100% chance to ignite. That's what we're missing now. Boom, that ignite. Oh, and we got an astral. That's actually huge for us. Jewelers. Basically, that's not good for us. Alright. That's actually cool. We got an astral. Good turn around and sell that. Yeah, look at that Ignite Proliv, bro. Dude. So good. Crushes the whole screen. Chance to drop L graders. I want grands, not graders. You got 6? Okay. That puts us to 8, so we just need 2 more. Shaper time. Wait, you got a shaper? Can I leech the shaper as well? I need to get that stone. Yeah, let me know. Throw me a party invite and just let me know when I need to come. I'll be done with this map shortly. Div cards have a chance to duplicate. Not bad if we actually had a good div card we were farming for. Yeah, this feels so much better with Ignite Proliv. Holy. I forgot how necessary the Ignite Proliv is. Like, it's night and day difference, bro. It's all that regen, Z. All that regen, I'm telling you. The only thing that's going to be scary for you in any of the ascendancies is going to be the boss's big hits. The only thing that's going to be scary to you. You stand in a big mechanical hit, you will die. Most likely. Not all of them, but most likely, most of them will kill you. Everything else, you just walk through everything. There's literally 0 fucks given on the entire thing. It's literally just the boss big hits. Everything else, ignore. That's what I like about this build. Like, if you had more movement speed, if it was a little faster, it would be a great labber because it doesn't have to worry about anything. If it doesn't worry about anything, then its labbing potential is great because it can't die to anything. It just literally face tank and just murder the boss over and over. Obviously, a little bit more single target damage. Like I said, maybe the spell totem would make it a little bit stronger because you'd be able to insta give the boss a little bit faster. And that's the one thing that holds it back is it doesn't have like over 35% movement speed and it doesn't have great single target. So that's why most people don't use it as a labber. But safety wise, it's a great labber for safety. Yeah, tabula. Interesting. All right. Let me just tell me when. You can type any letter, anything into chat, Fip, and I'll join. Oh, is there only a single portal? I'm scared. You can type it in game or you can type it in Twitch, whatever's easiest for you. Did you die? Yeah, 50. Okay. So let me know when you want me to come in. Because I don't want to like. Oh, I can come in? Okay.
I see you, little mouse.
I'm just gonna stay here.
Don't belong.
Hang out. Mind my own business. It rained like all damn day, man. That was kind of nice. Kind of a nice, just dreary day. Kind of an oxymoron, I guess, but I don't know. I like rainy days. Kind of cooler. It's kind of got a like a nice little ambient sound. Chill. As long as there's not like a bunch of lightning and stuff. What is this? What is this counter you have? Oh, is that how many mobs you've killed in the map? Oh, that's interesting. That's a cool little counter. Oh, well, we get to the end of the stream. And then we made 7 div today. 5 of it was just from a div altar. 2 of it was from selling harvest stuff. We haven't made much of anything today. So we're halfway to our ring. We have our Ami. Like I said, we can get a slightly better one. We have the Ami, we have the ring. We need to anoint it. And we need the other ring. And then that will be solid. Obviously we need to upgrade belt. Weapon. Like I said, this is a slight upgrade we can change later. We need a better helmet for sure. Boots, probably fine. Probably won't touch them going forward. Shield. Eventually we'll make the swap to a Wrath Pith. But before then, we need to get an 8% Nebulous, hopefully with some Ignite chance. Get the ring, probably at 20% or 24%. Pints of Destiny. Good Essence Crafted Helmet. Mage Blood. Proper Flasks. Probably a slightly better pair of gloves. And the Doctrine. With all of that, then I think I'll make my decision towards a Wrath Pith swap. And that's just so much fucking money. I really wanted to go for the Retaliation variation. But I don't think I have it in me. This league just feels meh. It's like certain leagues I'm like, damn, I'm having a blast. And other leagues I'm just like, oh, it's just a drag. I have ambitions and I just can't do it. You good, Phil? Watched you die like twice. Oh, sweet. Hell yeah, thank you. Hell yeah, appreciate it. That's little Leecherino. Oh, was it like glitched out? Because there's some fights where they do the beam, but they don't show the beams. That makes sense. Like I get hit with damage out of nowhere. I'm like, what's hitting me?
I am set. Be resilient.
I'll just back at you. Murder boots? Interesting. That's worth anything?
Sold something while you were gone.
Celestial footprints. Here's 5 additional targets while phasing. Interesting. Who see? Okay. That kind of sucks that they're not really worth much, but still interesting. Alright, let's throw up this. 40. 5.
Greetings. Go with courage.
For science! Oh, yeah. Those typically can be pretty solid. Oh, man. 130 C? Pretty solid, yep. Oh, ignite? Come on. Oh, there we go. There we go. Quantity. Negative res. Usings. Maps. I'm okay with this. Still not running. No negative downside to that one. I get extra maps, get extra maps. Quantity, div. We'll take it anyway. Quantity, basic. I don't think I want to do that. I kind of want the quantity, but I don't know if I want that. Take that reduction. They kind of cucked themselves with that wall. Oh, already that. Rarity. Good cards. Okay, I got another question for you. Is it fit? When it says div cards with rewards basic currency, is that like even the mirror shard currency card and like the div card currency card? I want to say yes, because those, my opinion, are basic currencies, but I'm not 100%. For 9 seconds, hell yeah, mate! Let's go, getting that grind on, man. Yeah, exalts. That makes sense. Okay. Because I'm just thinking, like, the div cards aren't. If they had the chance to drop the div card that can give mirror shards, then it can be potentially extremely lucrative. Very rare, but can be stupid lucrative. Like, even hitting the divine one, like the div one, is actually pretty good still. Like the one that like requires like 6 to make you like, or like 11 to make 10 divines. That's pretty solid. I don't like the other one because it's like you need 10 to make like 6 divines or something. Like not as good of a conversion. Oh. Where's my harvest? Okay. After this map, I'll grab him and meet you in your hideout. Oh. Do you have any auto flasks that you don't need anymore, Pip? That maybe are like spares or leftovers or hand-me-downs? I only have reduced effective shock, which is bad. Oh, didn't jump away at time. Okay, this boss is gonna take fucking forever. Yeah, one has the invulnerability. Pip, where'd you go? It is invulnerability one to die first. But they both were invulnerability? Oh. Yeah. I didn't realize they both were invulnerability. That was scary. Can't move. Woo! Next, I need a life regen one. Probably an increased armor during effect. A couple others. I would love a phasing flask. Oh my god, yes. Alright. You need it. I have one? I thought I had two! Bro! Thought I had two! That's bullshit! I can buy another new one to buy one really quick. Thought I had two. These splinters. Alright, let me buy one. Oh my fucking god. Just switch. Thank you. Holy shit. They're forcing right now, but it's fine. Yeah, they change so frequently. It's crazy. So what do you mean the Allflame would... Wait, I wish the Allflame would work right... Wait, what? I don't understand what you're trying to do. You let me know when I need to come in, Pip. Oh! Oh yeah, so go underneath and talk to the forge, the flamey thing. Gotta talk to the flame. What's the item? Send me the item name. That is a quest item you have to give to another person. In one of the acts. This right here. Pretty sure it's Act 1. Could be wrong. I don't know. I had it in my inventory too, and I had to figure out how to get rid of it. But you hand it to somebody in one of the acts. I don't know. Like I said, I saw it in my inventory one day. I teleported back to wherever the hell it told me to go. And I talked to somebody and it took it. No idea. This isn't looking promising. I have a minute of invulnerability. You can use my stream to know when this pops if you want, but I have a minute of invulnerability. And it's going to explode. There you go. What? You got deleted by something! No way! Was that the last portal? Oh, shit. I don't think I can kill her. That's the problem. Yeah, she just... I get perma-stunned, and then the beam hits me and kills me. I literally can't kill. That's why I didn't even want to try. My build is not designed to fight Maven in any way. Second I take a hit, yeah, it's all fine. It's just, we can try it with a different build or whatever. It's just the second I take a hit, I get stunned, and then with those beams, I just die. Like if I positioned myself a little bit better, I could have avoided the beam. I mean, it is like a skill-based thing, but yeah. So this is all I'm looking at here. Z is the item. And Allflame, this item drops from Captain Fairgraves, is the guy you have to kill. And then it says it's required to complete the quest, the Maroon Mariner or whatever. Says talk to Fairgraves in the shipyard for the quest. Alternatively, collect Allflame to start the quest. Fairgraves was located in the hill next to the waypoint. Pick up the Allflame directly. The attempt on all the areas achievements. Blah blah blah. Find the alternative. Okay, so this doesn't exist anymore. So find the Allflame. Can be found. Deliver the Allflame to Captain Fairgraves once again, which is this guy. Nearby the cave, exit the way route back behind the guy. Kill Captain Fairgraves. Kill Captain Fairgraves in the shipyard. Talk to so and so in town, and then pick up one of the books and use it. Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's different. Like the Allflame is different this league specifically because they changed the quest of how you get the Allflame. Because normally you go into the sunken ship, you go to the end, you grab it off of the boat thing, you come up, you fight Fairgraves, and it's over, right? Now that Fairgraves is required, like he's the one that drops it. That's why I said you had to talk to somebody from Act 1, and Act 1 is when you unlock the Sovereign's boat thing, right? Killing him kind of unlocks the boat. That's why it's part of this, right? It just says you can speak to her aboard the boat, blah, blah, blah. I don't know what to tell you then. Throw it on the ground. I don't know what I did. They took mine. It's either glitched out for you or you're misclicking on something. You're not clicking on a specific person in a specific order or something. Couldn't tell you. I did it by mistake. I don't remember what I did. I did it on both my characters without really trying. Is this the Shaper fight? Oh, that's the okay, never mind. Let me want to come in. I get it, this is the Maven fight. Fucking hate the Maven fight, dude. Maven fight can suck it. Fucking one of the most second most dog shit fights in the entire game. Cortex is worse. I fucking hate that game, that map with passion. If you ever go to do Cortex and you're willing to carry me on that one, I'll take a carry all day on that one too. That one can literally suck my fucking fat wang. A tuna can of a penis. Probably. I don't see why not. Just press enter, do / passives. And as long as you have 24 passives, you're good. I'm like the fucking Grim Reaper of Death. Every time I zone in, someone dies. Oh, totem build. Wait, what build is that? What totem is that? That's sick. What totem is that? And curious, has he thought about the crab staff? Storm burst. Oh, that's sick.
The toy refuses. The toy causes me pain. It's the toy.
Got a belt. All yours, Phip. Yeah, the crab staff is pretty sick. I don't know if it works with spell totem. Or maybe it only doesn't work with channeling skills, but the crab one is pretty sick. Alright, so that gives us, yeah, 0.4% chance for nightmares. So 0.4, 0.4, and 0.4. So 1.2. And I think if we could get this one done, we could get that one, would be cool too. 49C belt. Let's go. Some money. Huge. Alright, that's great. Everybody says that one's good, so I'll just. Alright, and then we just. I think I don't want to be running my 16.5s right now. Oh man. Using in quantity. I'm okay with taking the quantity. I'll have to backtrack for it. Like this whole sap thing is like fine. I don't really give a shit. Can be a problem with Sims, but other than Sims, I don't think it's a big. Oh, yeah, I get that. That makes sense. Yeah, that's pretty sick. That's a cool combination. Yeah, I could see that. Alterations, yeah, I'm not touching either one of those unless I need to kill more Eldritch mobs. Or how much are those tattoos? I'm losing my mind. They are 127C each. That's so much. I mean, we could run some if you want. I only got like 25 minutes though. So it's not like we can do a whole lot. But I can come in and hang out and leech. Fine. Basic drop currencies is duplicated. I like. Yeah, I'll take it. Pretty good, especially if we get a div drop. Huge for us. That one, yeah, that's just player. I like those ones. Those ones are good. The player ones for chance for duplications is huge. Because if you just get a natural div drop and it duplicates, that's pretty huge for. Oh, we got Abyss to deal with. Let me finish this map up and I'll be in there for. You know, I wish they had like an item filter for altars, so it would like highlight bad ones, so you knew not to click them, and like maybe highlight ones that you specifically want to make sure you click. You don't miss the like click the wrong ones kind of thing. That would be cool. Cool. Yeah, good enough. And then we'll do the harvest, and I'll be in your map. Wait, what were we saying? It is for the ship, the other ship. They, what's it called? King's March. So you hire people to work your city. So when you're in maps and stuff, you can find ores and things like that that you can fight for. And then if you have miners, they will mine the ores, and then you smelt the ores into bars, and then you have farmers that farm crops, and you have people that run maps for you and stuff like that, and then you have sailors that will take the smelted ore, the bars, and the crops and stuff like that, and they will do shipments to islands to bring back items. And that's how you get tattoos that can be worth big money. You can get like huge amounts of currency from it. But you use the gold to pay them their wages. You also can use the gold for the trading on the market. So to post something or to buy something, you need gold. And then you can also use gold to reset your attribute points instead of regrets. So there's many uses for gold. One of my biggest pet peeves about gold is the fact that it doesn't auto pick up. You have to walk over it, and it's so stupid. It doesn't take up inventory space. It has its own storage capability and everything. Like it's just a pocket inside your character. Why do we have to manually walk over to it to pick it up? It doesn't make any sense. I feel like it should be coded in a way that as long as you're able to get XP, the gold should go into your pocket automatically. Like it should just be a currency that automatically gets, acquired, as long as you're within range for when it was to drop. Like, it should never drop on the ground. If you're within range to get XP, you should get gold based off of the amount of XP that the monster gave you or something. So if the monster gives like 10,000 XP, you should get like 100 gold or something. Or maybe 1,000 gold. Maybe like 10% of whatever the EXP is or something. I would say 1% of the EXP, because some people can average like 200,000 or 200 million EXP per hour, which means they would be getting like 20 million gold an hour, which is ridiculous. So I'd say 1%, so 2 million hours is probably pretty respectable. I need to put on Scorching Ray again or something. This no manual attack is driving me insane. Like, it's great when you're doing like Sims or something, but in certain, like, just certain maps, bro, when I'm just sitting here on a hard to fight mob with they barely attack me. Oh, corrupted blood. Why? Don't have corrupted blood immunity. Which sucks because I need to get hit in order to fight him. But if he hits me, he applies corrupted blood, which kills me. Alright. Alright, Pip. Sorry it took me so long. I'm here. We can hang out. I can probably run one, maybe two of these, depending on how fast we do them. Make sure you corrupt it. That's all that matters. As long as you corrupt it, the rest doesn't really matter. Like, yeah, alking and whatchamacalliting, oiling it is worth it. But the corruption is truly what matters.
What have you got for me?
170, bro. They're so expensive right now. Alright, how much is... Wow, they're almost one div? Really? 5 for 4 div. Wow. Harvest ones are crazy expensive. What the shit? That's expensive.
Oh.
I'm just gonna put one in. One for one. Someone's not gonna buy it, but if someone does, I made a div. Like, that's too expensive for me to want to actually keep. Like, this one for rituals, or sorry, was it rituals? Yeah, the ritual one was really cheap. Yeah. 3, like 2.5 for one div? Like, what? Why are they so expensive? 4 to 1. Three to 1. Four to 1. Like, they're all so expensive. 2.5 to 1. 3 to 1. Why are they so fucking expensive? Every single one of them. What are these for?
What have you got for me?
Yeah, they're all like 3-1. I mean, I get it. I spent 65C on one, but like, yeah, they're all like 65C. It seems like, except for the fungal one, seems to be one div. Oh, is this not? Oh, oh. I thought you wanted to run blights. My bad. I thought this was gonna be a blight. That's the only reason why I joined in. I thought we were running blight, so I jumped in and trying. I got it. Okay. I was gonna say, I had a currency dude. This. Trying to follow you best I can. Oh, the desync. Whoa, that was crazy. Yo, how you like the cosmetic? I think it looks a lot better than the green. The green was pretty awful. Interesting. I actually killed some people. I didn't even try. Oh no! I'm leaving. I'm leaving. I'm fucking leaving. Never coming back. He had to do it. He had to do it. Oh. Yeah, it's even more. That's more blights for me to run. I'm down. Like I've been doing the blights on my my Death's Oath, be like to safely level them while making money. I need to figure out the Death's Oath a little bit more because Fip, have you ever, do you know much about like the Death's Oath? Because the one thing I'm struggling at with the character is his survivability is so dog shit. Like he gets punched and he almost dies. Like he has very little regen. He only has like life after killing things that have wither on them. So like I have to get the kill before I get the life back. His name is extra cast. That doesn't help me. Um so my main thing is like every time I see someone's with the build, they either go glass cannon and they just kill things, or they run a Savalans and they just get big dig block, right? Yeah, let's come stand over here. And that makes sense. You know what I mean? So right now though, I'm running a wand, or no, I'm running a staff instead of a wand and shield. So I'm not sure if I can make the staff relatively tanky. That's where I'm struggling, right? Is rocking the staff. Like, I think it might be worth me switching to. Even though I put 20C on the staff, maybe it's worth swapping to a wand shield combination. Just get a yellow shield with like decent block, like 30-something% block with spell block. I'm gonna steal these if you're not gonna take them. Is there a reason you run Eater with your Breach instead of Elder? Sorry, Searing instead of Eater, sorry. Well, the reason I say that is because, uh, you're looking for quantities, right? And like, you can find more quantity rolls with red versus blue, but blue has increased potencies. So even if you find less, you can end up with more. And I find the div, I find the blue one to be better personally. Is the new map? No. I find the blue one to just be better overall because yes, you get less upsides, right? So you find the quantities or the map duplications less often, but when you do find them, the percentages they roll are higher. So you typically, on average, get more quantities and map duplications than you do with the red one. Like when you average them out. And then you have the potential of finding the divine altar with the blue one, which is huge. You can't find that on red. Red doesn't have the divine altar. So that's a big difference in the two, is not having the potential at a divine altar. Like in my opinion, that's like the main contributing factor of why I always run blue over red, is because I can find a div altar. I found like a handful of them over the the time of playing, and it really makes up for everything. Like I've seen people drop 30-40 divines in one map because of an altar. And then if you're on a map with a good div card, and you're like getting altars for like, chances for, currency div cards to drop or whatever, having the potential of the high chance of div cards to be duplicated can be very lucrative as well. Because especially if you're like apothecary farming and you pick up all the div card chances to be duplicated, that's massive. Yeah, like I said, a lot of the max rolls, they state, like they show, run the red one, but then underneath it, alternatively, run the blue one, and they give like the differences in the two. And I'm not saying that it's wrong, like they're both good in their own way. I just prefer blue because blue has the potential to give massive div returns. Rare. Don't get me wrong, it is rare. But if you're map blasting, like hella map blasting, and you're running into tons of altars already anyway, like you're just gonna run into one. And you're going to drop a bunch of div in one map. Like it's just going to happen. Not saying it's common. Like not by any means am I saying it's a common thing to happen. But it does happen. Yeah, div cards dropped by enemies chance to be duplicated 40%. Like this is what I'm talking about. Like that's crazy. And then chance for div cards to be dropped be basic currency. So you like combo these together. If like I said, if you're apothecary farming and you hit that, if you drop double apothecary, like bro, massive. Like not like I said, not saying that red doesn't have like similar altars to do the exact same thing. And like I said, you do have chances to find them more regularly because of the upsides being more frequent or whatever, like or having more chances at upsides. It's just the quality of them isn't as high. So instead of it being a 40%, it's gonna be like a 15, 16, maybe 20% or something like that. So it's not as potent. So you have to find more of them to make up for it. Basic currency dropped by him is duplicated. So this would be another huge one. If I got a div altar on top of this, huge. That's like almost 50% chance just by finding it once. It's crazy. All right, we're not gonna fight that thing. Like I said, me personally, I can't do the red anymore. Like red's cool. I feel like it has like better downsides. Like it's less likely to roll a downside that's gonna absolutely obliterate me. But it doesn't outweigh the potential like huge profits from blue. Don't remember where my harvest is. Don't remember seeing it. Where was my harvest? I don't remember seeing it. Oh yeah, I remember now. I mean, I'm in the same boat, but like, it's not that I refuse. It's just everything's too expensive. Literally, everything's too expensive to upgrade. Like I said, my ring is 15 divines. My rational doctrines. What the fuck just obliterated me? They're like bleed or something? I'm not. I mean, I'm ignite immune. Maybe it's what was it? It was either poison. Yeah, it's poison. Poison on him. That sucks. Yeah, my rational doctrines or whatever for my conk effect is 25 div. You know, mage blood, stupid expensive. Doctrine, super expensive. A better nebulous, relatively expensive. You know, better gloves, really expensive. Like everything's in like the hundreds of divines. Everything. I feel like for me to actually upgrade my character, I would need probably upwards of 500 divines to actually upgrade to the stuff I need. Right? Because like my good helmet that I need, the yellow, expensive. Good pair of gloves, like yellow gloves, also expensive. Good pair of boots, also expensive. Like switching to a yellow, like a good yellow shield, stupid expensive. I gotta pee. And I gotta get all I'm gonna go pee and then we'll come back. We'll do our closing arguments. Oh, we'll call it a night. Oh, give me a second. All right. Calling it here, guys. I appreciate y'all. Hope you guys had a good time. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Hopefully we catch you guys tomorrow. We'll be back on PoE. Brian, if you haven't joined the Discord, want to join Discord, feel free. All I ask is don't be a dick. If you ever need gaming questions, ever need help, want to share something, show something off, or help somebody else out, feel free to chime in anytime. If you ever need to reach me off stream, that's the best place to do it. And yeah, if you guys haven't checked out the VODs channel, please do go over to the YouTube, give it a little looky look. If you ever miss a stream, want to rewatch a stream, that's the best place to do it. Yeah. I'll stick around, Fip, off stream, and I can leech the elder for me if that's fine. But I appreciate you guys. Hope you have a good rest of your day. See you. Bye. Talk to you guys tomorrow. See you. Bye. Thank you. Bye. Bye.